What is up? Hello, one and all. Welcome back to the channel. Happy Tuesday to you. I think we have a series to finish here. Mr. versus Voldemar. A bit of a weird pause because I had to kind of mold it around the live tournament games. We'll have more KPMM coming today. Actually, we have got quite a few. We've got B versus Lucifer in about an hour. I hope we have enough time to finish the series. Otherwise, it's going to be weirdly amalgamated towards the end, but we'll do our best. But we have got B versus Lucy in about an hour. And we also do have 46 series lined up today. The only one I think we're waiting on is Anatan. I believe Dumu is meant to have played his series against Scatterbrain, but I haven't seen a ping out or an update on that. So, okay, yeah, they did. It's confirmed. They've been played. So we'll have that to go through the recordings of as well. So plenty to actually sink our teeth into, folks. But crap, I don't know if we're going to have enough time for the whole series. This might get weird. Maybe we'll have to... We might utilize some fast forward just to be safe. But game number 4 from the Mr. versus Voldemar series, they are going to be going into Gorge. And one sec. I think There we go. Hey! What's up, Morty? And what's up, Alexandru? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Music still continues on YouTube. Because we're not in game yet. That's lobby music. Unless you mean like it's not getting VOD new track, but like it never does on YouTube. It's complicated. How's my tooth? My tooth is pretty rough. It's not too bad this morning. So we'll see how things go. But like my concern is I'm probably... Actually, not probably. I already... I booked an appointment on Thursday in the morning. So it should be very early. Shouldn't mess with the day at all. So hope they'll get a quick resolution. And hopefully whatever needs to be done can be done before I have to travel to Greece. Otherwise, that would make for a really sucky holiday, wouldn't it? So yeah, fingers crossed it's all okay. It is brutal, man. Like it's not too bad today. It's hurting a little bit now. I don't know. Is it something about this room? What the hell? A little bit now. Maybe it's all the talking actually does make it worse somehow. But yeah. Dude, I've got so many things to sort. I'm still waiting on the care package, the thing that I want to announce. So that's also awkward. How do we do that? Oh, we'll figure it out, man. I need to like... Yeah, like so we've got like a sponsor stream. We're gonna be live tomorrow, by the way, guys. We got like a sponsor stream, and for that sponsor stream, there's some gear to show off, right? But like we haven't had the care packages yet, so I've been holding off on making an announcement of it. So I might just have to say to hell of it and make an announcement anyway. But it's gonna be a bit weird without the thing to show off. But we are going to Zakynthos, or Zante, as most places call it. So one of the Ionian Islands. So yeah, it should be good R&R. Actually, I don't know. Do they have an airport there? I don't think they do, right? So I'm assuming... No, they do, right? They must. I'm pretty sure we're flying directly to... Yeah, the little island does have an airport. So I think it's one of the... It's one of the bigger Greek islands, right? Because there are a lot of small Greek islands you could do, like Naxos, Paros. Like, those ones will not have airports at all. Well, I imagine they are absolutely beautiful. But yeah, we got the typical... I guess it's the typical, like, island holiday destination in Greece. I'm trying to think, is there, like, another one that people go to more often? Some people are going to say Crete, but, like, man, as far as I've heard about Crete, it's kind of like... It's not that nice for like, R&R holidays. You do it more for probably exploring, like, some of the old ruins and whatnot. But, like, if that's the type of holiday you're looking for anyway, I'd probably just say go to Athens instead. Athens will have more of that type of stuff, right? But I wonder if there's anywhere else that would be really nice to go in Greece. Thessaloniki, maybe? Think on that. But yeah, we're going to be going to one of the islands. So mainly it's just going to be an R&R type thing. I'm going to try to look at my phone as little as possible. Just actually try to relax and enjoy myself, which is easier said than done sometimes. My brain is always switched on, which is, I mean, you'd think it's advantageous. It's not. It's kind of a curse in my eyes. You should never find time to relax, you know? KPM sets we like the cast today? So we're gonna do one of the games from Voldemar versus Mister. At least one. If there's two, we might be in a bit of trouble. But then we'll be switching over KPMM games. We'll have B versus Lucifer on happening live. We should also have the Vortex series live. Dimmu versus Scatterbrain from recordings. I'm not sure about the Anno series. That might be tomorrow. Athens is horrible. I've done Athens before, so we are going to do the Allens. But guys, let's get ready to go. Considering we've got limited time, I want to get running with this one. Let's see what the boys have got in store for us. We hop into Gorge for game number 4 from this Voldemar Mister series from the EGC Masters Ball. A little bit of a mixture as we get ready for KPMM this weekend. Well, it's interesting, actually. It's a lead score currently for the other side. That's right. Voldemar, 1 game away from cracking it wide open and taking the dub. But we head into Gorge for what could be a quite curious game here. Ibids versus Roost. We can actually utilize a lot of 2-4x speed here just to make sure we're caught up and on schedule. But Ibids versus Roost, I mean, it's kind of tricky. I feel like Roost, a lot of the ideas kind of get shut down by the camel spam. So curious to see what Voldemar's going to try to do here. It looks like it is going to be pro scouts. You can almost guarantee that. Roost really good on this map, by the way, because of the dividing nature. You know your opponent's going to go one side, not the other. He can't like cut across. It doesn't feel good to. It feels quite subpar often. So the cool thing about Roost is you run one scout down one side, one down the other, and Bob's your uncle. Like you're as happy as can be. You know, it's a really nice little advantage you have when you play Roost here. It's why actually we've seen some civs in the past try and do like double pro scout just so they cover all angles. Yeah, I think HRE was one of them that comes to mind. Actually worked quite well for them. That reminds me, I totally forgot to ping out about going live. And what's up, Nordmove? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Smart lad. He got it done in a row. Appreciate the support. Welcome back to Swarm. And I'm feeling a little bit better. We'll see how the day goes. I've been having a brutal toothache for anyone wondering. So hopefully that isn't just going to bury me. Hopefully. It probably is. But we'll see how it goes. Maybe we survive. Okay, so what we got happening here is going to be Horseman plus the Desert Raider. Mister, he did go for growth, right? Yeah, standard growth wing type build. I wonder if he's actually going to play like long feudal. It's very difficult to always stop pro scouts in this map just because Gorge has that cut nature, right? People are down both flanks. I wonder actually. Is Voldemar... wait, Voldemar's taking the bait. He's building archers. No spearmen? That's a little bit weird here. Like, what did he see that convinced him to do that? Maybe the Desert Raider? Yeah, the Desert Raider reveals first, right? The Horseman, look at the way Mister's playing this. He's holding it further back, so you just don't know. What's up, Shmooly? I see you with the sub. Thank you very much. What a legend. Thank you, thank you. Keep those subs coming. Always appreciate the support. Just getting a social post ready as well. Okay. Sorry. I'm like multitasking. It's been a bit of a rush. We had to like get a dentist appointment, so we had to get a haircut because I was starting to look like a... the way I describe it is like when I let my hair get too long, I look like a professor with tenure. You know, where they've like given up because they can give up because they can't be fired. But we have got Logi Wing on the way, so it was just kind of a bait and switch from Mister. He got a heavy investment out of Voldemar, and he still gets a hunting cabin? That's pretty sick. The cherry on top, just so much value gained by Mister. Voldemar in a very shaky predicament here. I mean, your opponent's going towards castle. In the meantime, Voldemar hasn't been able to secure 2 D stacks at all. He's got about 1 here, maybe less. Looks like the army's going to be marching across. I guess he's thinking about intercepting. I'm not liking this right now for Voldemar, folks. So he's got castle coming soon. Oh, okay, no, that's sick. That's actually sick. You never see that anymore. He's going to go for the wall in on the relics. I don't know if he's got time for this, though. Camel Lancers are on the way. Walls are going to be set up. I mean, it's a cool idea by Voldemar, actually. Really, really smart. So he denies 2 relics, but that does mean that Mister's still going to get 3, which is pretty happy with. Then you just contest directly. Because we're just saying the Mister's playing when you're in chat. Oh my god. Well, you'll be happy to hear Mister just slayed. 5 worker kills in the base. Sorry, I know we're going fast on this, but it's because I don't want to be late for the live series. And this so far is kind of crazy, right? We've got a crossbow switch up now coming in from Voldemar. Stable setup as well. So he's like 2 steps behind, man. It feels so slow. Right? Like, I mean, Archer Spears here. I mean, the Spears, it's weird. You'd think Spears are good against Camel Lancers. Not as good as you think. The problem with Camel Lancer versus Spear is that Camels don't get stunned when they charge in. Right? So Spearmen can't just stop them. Mister, this Archer count is just getting crazy. Not just that, Veterancy on the way, and we should also be talking about Mameluke's Bravery soon. Sultan's Mamelukes is wild with this Civ. Remember, you're in a fight against Spearmen. You kill them so fast, you activate the buff quickly. Those that have forgotten, Sultan's Mamelukes is the ability that gives 25% damage and 20% movement speed to units that get killing blows, infantry specifically. Considering you're up against majority Archer, Crossbow, plus Spears, I mean, Archer's pretty much easiest time getting the last hits, right? Camel Lancer's still poking the backside. I think Mister and Recon might have been practicing a bit together. I don't know. I don't know. They're not the only ones. There's a lot of IBID players steering more towards Manjaniques at the moment. Manjaniques are just starting to look really, really broken on this diamond. Yeah, it's just a very organic play. So many players have just been leveraging it well. I mean, I think the big problem here is once you get to about 5, that's when it looks broken. Earlier, Manjaniques can be a big liability. But once you're about 5, the spread damage from the burn shot is so much better than being on direct rock shot. Because it just can't be dodged. Especially going to be problematic with Voldemar's bulking up crossbows. But he has at least got the horseman. Alright, credit to him. Kido might not actually be dead. Yeah, he's got a decent amount of ponies. There's a lot of archers to chow down on. The relics, in the end, is going to be a resounding victory for Mister. 4 relics for the IBIDs. High Trade House is only generating 91 gold, so 97 now with the tier 3 bounty is just not a great look for Voldemar. Right? Gold gen is definitely not in his favor. How am I feeling today? I'm surviving. As I said, hopefully we get a quick resolution on Thursday to whatever the problem is. I don't know how I feel about how slow Voldemar's being forced to play this. Wait, 2 TC in the corner from Mister? Hold up. Dive in from the horseman. He does get found. Okay, this is the jackpot. Voldemar able to strike at the town center. Reinforcements are in the way, though. Camel Lancers arriving in time to scare Voldemar off. Okay, so a few worker kills, but Mister's been accruing this lead for quite some time. 71 to 56 workers now. Guys, is it me, or is Mister trying to bring 2 TC meta back? He definitely is. Like, is this the second game in this series? I think it is that he's done 2 TC. He had that Mongol game, remember? At the start of the series, the wild one. Lost in the past, and now an engagement will slow down because this is a big one. The horsemen try to jump in, but they're not reaching the Manjaniques. No, they're bogged down in the archers. Archers that are trading out well here up against the spears, and the healing is key here. He's not getting insta-kills. So Mister's army lasting a little bit longer, but the siege pays the price. All Mango's dead in trade for the horsemen. But at the end of it, it's still a bulk of archers for Mister. And Lancers now to charge on in. Oh boy, oh boy. Voldemar, he's got Boys Fortitude coming through now, but he has nothing to buff it. He lost all the cav. He's going to try to remass now. Mister still leveraging the ranged advantage, and we're on 2x speed because we want to make sure that we are able to squeeze in all games. in prep for the live series between Lucifer and B, which will be happening in probably about half an hour. Damn, I can't believe that. I mean, he got the kills, right? Like, this is the funny thing. It should be good for Voldemar. He should feel great about this. He sniped out the siege, but the problem is the fact that this is a 2 TC build. So simply drawing out the fight and draining your opponent and mutually getting drained is not good enough, folks. He needs more. It sounds greedy to ask, but anything less, and you're not ahead. No, if anything, in prep further behind. And unique shots. Only 2 of them. But not many horsemen here for Voldemar, no. He's just losing the siege. It's ridiculous, right? He goes mass horseman and Mister's reaction is, okay, let me just build more siege. Just does not care. Denial on the board as well. Voldemar quickly running out of food in the game where he has barely any farm set up. It is not looking good for the kid. Mister indeed doing his own things in tournaments. Shouldn't be too surprised by it. Another Manjanique added in, Mister. He's rebulking it. I mean, this is the thing. He's got 2 Sacred Sites, 4 Relics. Like, he can afford to just keep rebolstering on the siege line. We're going to 4x up into the next fight. Horseman, crossbow mass. I mean, Voldemar, it's like the old dog don't want to learn new tricks, right? Like, he just keeps doing the same thing, hoping for different outcomes. Definition of insanity. Maybe a different approach here. Horseman, no. Then I don't think they want to backstab. He wants to snipe the 2 TC. But this is dangerous, folks. Mister's position on the edge of the base means if he sees you diving his base, he gets to do the same. Cam Lancers are going to sneak around. We'll idle up the berries. Horsemen are rotating back towards the engagement area. So it can still be good for Voldy. Cut some reinforcements, not going to be able to find them. Not the ones he wants anyway. Yeah, I mean, out of all the things to try and contest, that's not what you want. However, maybe he can rush forward now with the Lancers distracted. It does mean the first wave of horsemen are outmassed, though, and outgunned. Quad Manjanique to scare away the range. Backstab coming in. This should be the moment, but it's a sandwich, and the trap is a trap! The Lancers from behind catch the horsemen, lying in wait. And the Manjanique still alive here. The military count might look even, but with the health bars as they stand, it won't stay that way for long. Lancers sweeping through now. It's 25 camels. It's absurd just how many Lancers he got back up to. Voldemar can't hold a candle to even the crossbowmen at this stage. Like, they're meant to be the counter unit, but when there's this many to kill, with Archer support, no hope in hell. So this series will require a 5th game to decide it. Pretty crazy one. Yeah, sorry that if we went a little bit fast at times. It's just I don't want to be late for our live series. The farm's now being set up by Voldy, but we know the outcome. 2 TC go indeed. Mister. I mean, it's a classic for Ironbids, but the way he just keeps doing it. He cannot be allowed to keep getting away with this. Is the feeling you kind of get with these types of games. Well, looks like he's going to try for 1 stab, but with this many Camel Lancers, the horsemen just have no entry point. This is over. Just way too big of an eco military lead. He catches the crossbows. He forced the GG. We will see that game number 5. The way I said number 5 really made me feel like Louis Vega. You don't know who Louis Vega is? Shame on you. You probably do. You just don't realize you do. Mambo number 5. What the hell's going on in chat? I'm confused. Oh, dude, chill. You got timed out by a point redemption. Like, yeah, you only get warned once, man. Like, I think you need to go and touch some grass. That's like a weird-ass escalation of, like, someone redeeming a timeout on you. You're threatening their life. Like last time I checked, the RTS audience is meant to be a mature one, but while many of us might be mature like cheddar cheese, you're still the milk curdling. Jesus. Like, what the fuck? Come on to that? Alright, Borderland deciding game. I just realized as well. Keep getting to delete. Give me a sec, guys. I'm just quickly going to delete a few of my old recordings and then we'll hop in. I never get it. I mean, I know I'm feeling generous today by giving him the one warning. Like, dude, I don't understand why anyone ever come. Like, dude. Are we back in Call of Duty lobbies? And thank you for the bits, Purdy. Are we, like, back in Call of Duty lobbies of, like, telling people to go kill themselves? Like, what the Jeez. I'll let the mods handle it. Alright, let's get ready to go. Yeah, we're on limited time actually. I don't know why I'm not just picking this one up. Alright. It goes all the way. A 5th game required to decide it. Is it the old guard or the new? The kid versus the GOAT of Age of Mythology. Mister is back to AoE 4, but now we decide if he's back on form. And man, he did not get an easy opponent. Voldemar has been a vicious beast. In fact, just yesterday in our KPMM, we watched Voldemar take Wham to the verge of defeat. We watched Voldemar take Marine Lord to the verge of defeat. Now he does it to Mister. Is there anyone this man will not do this to? It's pretty incredible to witness. I'm curious to see just how Voldemar's going to look in the upcoming tournament. Man, what a beast this boy is turning into. Meditation Garden coming in. We have Shushi up against French. We're just doing a little bit of fast forward here, just for the early game, because we've seen a lot of these openings before. That, by the way, is a glorious Meditation Garden. Double Stone and Berries is really nice when you play up against civs like French, because the hand cannon slits are high value defenses. So pretty cool to see here. I'm going to slow down on 2x just a little bit. Pro Scout should be coming out on both sides. This is usually the norm, and Mister is engaging with it. Voldemar will be a little bit more delayed. When you play a Shushi here, you have to open with racks. You can't just rush into Pro Scouts because you won't have any defense against the Knight. And you can see that Mister did add in that first Knight. Nice enough. I wonder, does he go for the Mass Scout build, or will Mister go for the more lean approach? Most French players like to do 3 to 4 scouts maximum, and then just pull the deer home gradually while guarding the map. But Mister's obviously been out of the loop. He hasn't been playing around the time when Pro Scouts was optimized for this more recently. So I'm curious to see what he's going to do. Yeah, dude, I keep forgetting about that music on the intros. I hope it's not a problem. If it is, I'm really screwed. So Mister, it looks like he has stopped at the 4 scouts. That's good. He's switching over to archers now. A lot of spearmen coming out currently from Voldemar. Yeah, this is looking pretty good timing-wise, right? Like, he's getting in position now for the Pro Scout pull. So far in this game, I think Mister has only taken the safe deer. He's taking some from the north now. Yeah, and this is the correct call, guys. Like, early on, when you play Borderland, you just want to go far north, far south. The idea is if you spread wide across the map, your opponent can't block everything, right? That's impossible this early on. There's not many civs that can actually get enough units and have enough movement speed to do so in the first 7 or 8 minutes. Voldemar is going to be pivoting the horseman, so he's focused on the main engagement, correctly so. You know, the way to think about it is you can guard spear flank against knights, so you kind of basically cancel each other out. But eventually there's going to be a big engagement in the center, especially if you both decide to pull wide flank deer. Looks like instead, though, Voldemar is playing central deer. Yeah, because right now his comp is stronger. Like, until the archers shoot up, he felt like he had advantage. But I imagine he'll have to pivot now that the archers have arrived. We have got some hand cannon slits coming in, by the way. Good placement for it with the double tree line on the back. School of Cavalry probably needs to be plumped up with a second stable soon. Like, normally you just try to inflate knight count like crazy. It just might be that Voldemar has found enough spearmen that Mr. thinks twice. Reminder, by the way, like, this one was a back and forth affair to get here. Right, it wasn't like a fluke the way the game's played out. In fact, if anything, Voldemar opened with dominance in game number 1 with his Chinese pick into the Mongols of Mr. But along the way, we've seen multiple times Mr. just kind of play this off-meta approach. Maybe not fully off-meta, but let's see in the TCs, 2 TC plays. I do wonder if we'll try something like that with French. Probably not. If you're talking about a situation where you've got to play pro scouts forward. But the reason I think about it is, like, you know, this Mr., if you remember, he had that ridiculous build a long time ago on Altai. It was the, I think, Red Palace Rush quad TC. It was against Dumu, I believe. Probably one of those iconic French games in the history of Age of Empires 4. Yeah, the flood was unreal. On the streets that Wham Bam the man won yesterday? Yeah, but he was clutching at his balls. To say that was a clean victory is not remotely true. And he'll know it. Like, Voldemar came up big. In fact, Voldemar was actually seconds away from taking the series himself. Mount the Academy now coming in. Pretty standard. We don't really see Shaolin Monastery as much anymore. When you don't rush, when you go pro scout, Shaolin Monastery loses some value because of the tempo in the game. On top of that, you just get so much value out of the extra taxation generation on the deer. And on top of all that, the other thing to consider here is if you go Shaolin Monk, your opponent has knights, you just get blocked. Voldemar. Knights coming through now. Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Yes and no. It doesn't in regards to the outcome, the final score, but in terms of how you look going deeper into the sequence, yes, it does. Because right now, like with KPMM, we're looking for someone who can beat Vortex. Vortex, who, by the way, going into this tournament, the main event of this tournament, the EGC Masters Falls, he's my favorite to win. At this rate, I would be shocked if the Spaniard doesn't thrust the trophy. Mister. Looks like he's stockpiling up for castle now. Makes sense. He needs to get out of the age. Like, he's been stuck here for quite a while, actually. 15 archers, nothing to really show for it. The good news is, Voldemar's been pretty chill. Yeah, I thought he'd be a little bit more aggressive, but probably thinks that there's more knights being produced. Maybe he doesn't expect to rush up this quickly, because normally French is the type of civ that will stay in the previous age for, 4 or 5 minutes after you age. I am saying Vortex is favorite to win EGC tournament. He's the favorite in KPMM. He's literally on a free win streak. He just won the $3,000 EWC tournament, through the process of which he was able to destroy Marine Lord 3-1. Yeah, Vortex is the boogeyman. Like, right now, I almost feel like we're seeking candidates for the dance with Vortex in these bigger tournaments. Chivalry being queued up. We're going to speed up just a little bit here because it's a little bit of an idle time situation as we bulk towards that pressure point. Voldemar, he is going to be able to catch him as he's attacking Mister on the berries. But Voldemar doesn't know about the age up yet. That's still being smuggled in with the Guildhall. Does get the news now. Fortunately, it looks like he's split up his cavalier. So yeah, he can't just full commit. He's going to try. Mister. Oh, no, the pathing. He went all the way around. Okay, that was disastrous. That was just scrambling on both sides. Little ringer rosies from both groups of heavy cav. Knights now diving into the economy. Go straight after the workers. Mister with a shift away. There's still going to be a few going down here. Lancers are starting to overstay their welcome, though. He knows veterancy is coming soon, so Voldemar calls it perfectly, backs away just before it's a problem. Needs to be careful about what he builds now. Just building Lancers isn't going to feel good because of this. Cantled Saddles being queued up. Mister has the correct idea here. Now, Shushi do have their own potency in Knight-on-Knight engagements. That's going to be the Dali Horses timing. But we don't even have a Blacksmith yet, and that's also not as easy to utilize as Cantled Saddles. Right, Cantled Saddles is I've charged in, and now I have bonus 10 per strike. Whereas, you know, if you don't stand still in the fight, the Dali Horse's attack speed buffer can feel less valuable. Get lost which tournament's going on half the time. That's because we just have so many tourneys to cover. Like, what is it? In the last week, we've covered 3 different tournaments. So, just to emphasize, to be watching live, this is from HC Masters Full. And then after this, the full day is going to be Midweek Masters from our own tournament series, the $20,000 40-week esports circuit. Yeah, Voldemar, I mean... Definitely don't sleep on this guy because we're talking about one of the tournaments, the EWC tournament. He was able to go 3-2 with Marine Law. Did lose in the end, but it was tight. You know, Mister, there's a big argument that although that genius brain is still ticking, it's not been able to fully leverage its value and get used to AoE 4 in its entirety. I think we saw that maybe in like game 1 with the Mongol 2 TC. It was a little bit ambitious. Probably felt he needed to do something off the cuff. I do think that French versus Shushi, there's definitely a macro element to it, but it's also micro execution. What scares me about that for Mister, Mister's always been impressive on that front. His APM's crazy, and he uses it very well. He's a good micro master. But the Voldemar that's been turning up recently is just as threatening when it comes to micro. We saw it just the other day against Lucifer. He was able to keep up, right? He was able to contest very well. A little bit 2x. Arbitrary starting to come out a little bit from Mister. Difficult to do without the castle drop though. And he's not gathering for it at all. He has got the back gold now. Wall's also coming in. The other side, Voldemar is still getting additional deer back. So we'll have to start thinking about a farm transition soon. You're already seeing him on berries because of it. Mister. The archers, you actually might need more archers. Like, this is kind of crazy. Voldemar has so many spearmen. Download more spears.com. He's up to 30. That's crazy though. The timing on that, Mister. And Voldemar's chasing like, no, don't see it. Don't see it. Stop looking. It's not real. So, oh my god, I must tell Poppy about this. So Vorpal is going to get scouted. Mister on the opposite side of the map with half of his knights, though. And can't really afford to send the others there, right? Like, you've got half playing far south side, and then you've got the other half guarding your base. Remember, Mister hasn't fully walled himself in yet. But ballsy from Voldemar, man. It shows you how confident he feels about his comp, the size of his army, and the quality that he's willing to play out onto the map against French. French is the boogeyman you don't do that against. You know, normally you just stay at home, right? Stay at home. Make sure you keep a friend over just in case an axe wielder murderer comes. One of you can phone 911. Maybe this time to microwave some popcorn, but really you always just keep an eye out for those knights. Run into a bad fight for them. Mister just gets a little bit of a freebie there, but definitely not over here. Hard fought for fight. Voldemar ambitious with this move. I don't like it. Diving base with mass melee. You know, great if there's no army, but if there's an army, ranged mass tends to win. And again, Mister, he did just get a bit baited out into the open. He's going to spread out the knight line. Looking pretty good for him, though. And Voldemar just getting thin. Second wave of knights now arrives. A fantastic win for the Greek. He wipes practically all of Voldemar's heavy cav. cuts down 75% of the spears, and it costs him what? 6, 7 knights, maybe? Barely anything died there. That was crazy. Mister flexing hard on Voldemar. And Voldemar now in a shaky position. He does not have a farm transition, remember? Yeah, he's in danger. He's little Ralph right now. I can't believe that. What? The efficiency of that trade was pretty wild for Mister. I was expecting to be a bit more of an even exchange between the two, but it just seems like it was a cleaner cut out of the Greek. Incredible position now for Mister to be in. I think the only thing that matters here is making sure he moves quick enough. He's going to harass onto the ball. That should be an easy -8, though. Did he see the taxman? I don't think he did. Okay, so Voldemar... You snaky son of a... Don't abandon us! I like how the taxman gets away. I love the way he looks behind him. He's like, oh, well, I don't know what happened over there. Had nothing to do with me, Chief. Nope, I was just out for a stroll. No one's dying over here. I don't know what you're talking about. Can't hear the screams. Bye! Bye-bye to 5 workers. Oh, taking a heavy hit there. Red Palace also coming up. Game is looking better and better for Mister. But the Lancers! They do find the workers practically unguarded. I say practically. There's still some arbitrary there. Costly dive. Voldemar needs any kills he can get. Unfortunately, that was not enough. He lacks the Lancers to now object against what's happening here. Red Palace coming up. Ball pull. I don't think he actually wanted that. But in fairness, that's pretty high value, right? You get the gold, you get the ball, you get the tree line, the sacred site. Like, you can't actually ask more of a Red Palace. Yeah, especially considering the ball is going to be valuable in a game where you're already on berries. So maybe something to think about as Mister does rush out with additional villagers. Go for a little bit of 4x speed here. Because we got to try to finesse this. Like, our next live series starts in about 20 minutes. Villagers do get hit on the flank. Good find there by Voldemar. The mirrored move is not going to be successful for Mister. No. Voldemar, once again, download morespears.com. Unbelievable. It's crazy how behind Voldemar has been in blacksmith techs, actually, this whole game, right? Like, only the ranged armor too. Has got the ranged damage one coming through now. Melee techs also lacking. That's a big problem. I think, actually, that was probably the big thing that made these night-on-night fights so disastrous for Shushi. Shushi, even if he had Dali horses, which he doesn't, by the way, you still be at a disadvantage because of the melee tech, the +3. Lead tech now on the way for Mister. Voldemar's doing a good job of using the limited cav he has to just keep on raiding. Let's be careful not to chase this too deep. There is a Red Palace on the west side. We aren't there yet. We'll chip down a few. Extend the lead. Which, remember, you need to do when you're playing against French. They just get more villages over time. Just like you guys can get more cores over time. Like, how many years has it been since you upgraded? I think it's time you all go and check out the 9700Xs. 8 whole cores. Whoa. Did you guys know that in Age of Empires 4, 1 core can get you top 20? It's true. Look at him right here. He's ranked 14th in the world right now. So imagine what you can do with 8 cores. Courtesy of Andy. Click the link. Factorio? I still haven't played Factorio. Yeah, I think 9800X 3D, everyone knows it's a great CPU. It's the best you can get for sure for gaming. But if you don't have that type of budget, the 9700X is like half the price and incredible performance as well. So, Mister now with Arbitrary Switch is the correct call. Once you get into Imperial Age, Arbitrary feels a lot better. And also, the cool thing about this map is the Sacred Sites. Anchored in the center, it allows Arbor to play quite well into it. Now, the only thing that might make it a little bit sucky is your opponent has Crossbow Spear, but the cool thing is the Gamson tech means that you actually deal with Spearman quite well. It also just guarantees that Voldemar can't keep playing Lancers anymore. You have to think of French Arbitraries just like a better archer. You know, there's been a bit more of a balanced trade out on whether to go archer crossbows because of the cost difference and things like silk bowstrings these days in Imperial. But with French, although we sometimes see them going archers, arbitrary is just where the heart is, you know? You get extra HP, I think, if I'm correctly. I think it's an extra 5. But effective HP is through the roof. Like, you already have default melee armor of 2, right? And then you get gambesons for another 5 against these poor little spearmen that only have 10 damage. Right, a little bit of 4x again, because I think Voldemar needs to age up. There's no attack point now. It's taking way too long. So he's going to set up the farm. Oh my god, that's so... No! Why? When you're a Sushi player and you're forced to do this, you are basically in tears. No Song. Yeah, I mean, he can't afford Song because he needs to afford Imperial. So he needs the discount from Tang to justify that. We do have the university already down. Crossbow stirrups coming. No incendiary arrows yet for Mishta, but he should have the wood soon for that. Yeah, I don't like the lack of woodworkers here, considering the importance of that tech, but he'll get it gradually. As your toothache, hurting more now that you reminded me. It's not too bad currently. I'm hoping it stays dormant today, because we've got an appointment early on Thursday. But I don't think they're going to do anything in that appointment. I'm pretty sure that, like, usually... My experience with dentists, usually they do the checkup and then they book the proper treatment later. Which will be a pain in the ass. Temple of the Sun, now on the way. Okay, so this is an interesting one, actually. With Voldemar's current comp, he doesn't get much merit to it, like much value from it. There's a bunch of different toggleables here. You can get movement speed, you can get healing, you can get damage, or you can get range. The range is only applied to gunpowder units, which Voldemar has none of. The movement speed and healing is useful, but the damage is only for cavalry. Yeah, Shushi, the funny thing about Shushi is compared to the cousin Civ, China, they were very much clearly envisioned as a cavalry Civ, especially in the late game. And I think if Voldemar was able to have a more equal exchange in the mid game, we'd see a world in which he's still pumping lances, because although French Knights are strong, if you can get the 20% damage buffer from Temple of the Sun, your Lancers can actually contest French Knights. It's actually pretty impressive what Shushi can do with cavalry, actually. But in this game, the only value points are going to be healing and movement. But movement's still good, right? It's Yuan Dynasty from China, just on a toggleable button. I mean, hopefully, we'll see. Maybe they're quicker. Because the fact they were like, are you in pain? Now, I think was going to suggest they'd try and put me in for that day. I was like, it's not hurting today. But the problem is, I'm going to see them on Thursday and then I fly out on Tuesday. So it leaves like no time to get stuff sorted, with my worry. Okay, Mister, up to 40 arbitrary. Dives underneath the keep. Doesn't get that far, though. No, just deals with one outpost and then runs away. I don't like this from Mister. It's a bit weird. You just don't have mass torch. You only have 17 knights. We do have Xiangnan now coming through, so Voldemar is feeling confident that he can finally get good farms instead of this pile of trash. Yeah, this has been painful to watch. Voldemar with just the tiny clusters, 20 farms deep. Has got the 2TC build now coming in as well. Wait, what? Guys, if he just waited a little bit, he actually gets a discount. Yeah, if he waited just a teensy bit, Voldemar would have saved himself a little bit of wood there. 120, in fact. A little bit rough. But at least he now has access to those farms. Mister, looking for access to the base. Man, what? Is it me, or does that outpost look fatter than normal? Like, what? It looks so big. That's a chubba right there. Holy crap. Mister, now diving deeper. Remember, Voldemar has got his elite techs as well, but he's missing something important here that Mister has. Incendiary arrows. Without it, it's difficult to contest. But V-Drop's going to come in. But that's fine, guys. Just walk. Just walk back. And just get rid of that ranged armor. And then look for a re-engage. What to say, Mister's game is looking really good for him right now. I mean, what do you do if you're Voldemar? You're a little bit pinned. Your food income is better, though. So if this turns into an everlasting meat grinder, the basics of economies matter. And Mister, it is going to turn to a meat grinder. He's not even backing away. The army's actually not that big. A lot of it isn't here. Yeah, half of his army is running across the map right now. So Voldemar will be able to trade out relatively evenly. But the difference is going to be the remax afterwards. I hope Mister has got a guild hall set to food. Otherwise, he may be up Craps Creek without the paddle. In fact, he just pulled for resources. He has got no backup of food to work with. Mister, it's not good a look, is it? 10 farms in while your opponent just got access to granaries. You're going to see them starting to take effect as he adds them in on the corner. I don't like this for Mister, man. What was he looking for? What was he expecting with that dive? Maybe he was hoping because of the tech up and the likeliness of a farm transition, he'd be able to catch him off guard. But something I got to give props to Voldemar for was the terrible farms. Like, these farms actually came in clutch. These horrific farms around mills, which is what you never want to have to do, is why he didn't just fall dead. Yeah, because if you think about it, the Song Dynasty transition of granaries is like in the last minute. He wouldn't have had food reserves. He would have been just as drained as Mister. Possibly worse off. A little bit of a slowdown. Go for the 4x speed. Mister might try and anchor on Sacred Sites, but it's already difficult when Voldemar's this close to 1. Cannon's going to be coming in. Castle. It's going to be able to be repaired at about the same rate as hit for. There is also double bombard here, but I think cannons are so much better than bombards. The thing that makes Shushi better with bombards, though, is a toggle button. Yeah, if he puts on the Divine Defense, he can outrange. He'll get 11 tile range on his bombards. Yeah, that's the other problem with the cannon spam. Luckily for him, Voldemar hasn't realized. Seems he forgot. A lot of people forget this with Temple of Sun. I actually highly advise when you play Shushi to have a hotkey for Temple of Sun. Have something set up, right? Put it on a control group. Because there's so much use, so much flex. You know, you've got movement speed for infantry, damage for cavalry, range for gunpowder units. And then, of course, when you're not fighting, always switch to Divine Vitality. Just to get that heal. Castle crumbles. Voldemar, I mean, that felt like a bit of a blunder. There was nothing else happening. No other usage for the Temple of Sun. Just an ability completely forgot about. Mister, I think he's regretting maybe not coming to this comp sooner. That dive. What did it cost him? What was he expecting to find instead? Now, how does he get back on track? Mister still doesn't have a win on the Sacred Sites. The castle hasn't been dropped yet. He drops one at home. That's good for the discounts. But he's still got 1100. So why aren't we just getting an extra castle in the north? Voldemar seems to be one of the last pros on 2T. No? Like, I mean, this is fine later in the game, and you might want to go back and check the rest of the series, because actually the person who's been 2TCing the most in this series is Mister. 2 of the 5 games have been 2TC for him. I believe Voldemar, this is the only game in this series where he went 2TC. That's a very quick chop through on a tree line. Don't think I've realized. Sometimes the tree line spawns are so janky. I don't know what's been happening recently. Is it European temperate? Something changed with it? We used to get much fatter tree lines on Borderland, I felt like. Looks like when it's aging, the balding effect is just taking root. Voldemar, my god, the size of this army. It's just so much meat on the bone. Mister, it's all about quality for him. I mean, arbitrary, king, but being able to use them the right way, right? Like, The other issue for him is it's a finite resource currently. Guildhall's set to gold, so, you know, I'm looking at food. I think food is really the big predicament for Mister. Despite the fact he's up at 36 farms, the food income doesn't really feel like it. Oh, still not using the extra range, so cannons can trade out. But we've got Dudley horses. Honestly, Voldemar, just click on this building and just press E. Divine Charge here makes a lot of sense. 20% damage buff on your Dudley horse's horseman. I'd also just rate him going for Ming for the damage buff. Like Ming plus Dudley horses plus damage increase from Divine Charge. Because all you're up against here is horseman and arbitrary. If you do that, your horsemen delete everything. For now, though, has he switched to Divine Defense? He has. He's gone Divine Defense, so he's trying to win the Siege War, but don't think that's his big problem right now. The Beast Drop comes in. Honestly, just like, might be worth deleting some of the crossbows. Not deleting, but as you fight, just don't re-queue them as much. Given enough time, Mister could have a switch coming into Knights. I think that's why Voldemar won't delete the crossbows. He's paranoid about French Knights, which is understandable. More bloodlines on the way. I mean, Mister, he doesn't have it yet. Good news for him is Voldemar doesn't either. No bio. Just a brute force push. Arbitrary account shrinking a little here. Voldemar has got a back queue in a way that Mister simply does not. No, he's got 20 plus of melee types. Spearman, Horseman. Crossbows not so much, but that doesn't matter. We talked about the need for more melee here for Voldemar. Usually the crossbowman should be the last thing to die. Crossbow will start a step back. Good chase from Mister. However, he is out of safe territory now. And Voldemar has built him a present. Jumps in with the Rohirrim Riders. Formation shuffle from Mister to try and break away. Horseman's going to do a good job of giving chase, but Beast Drop does come through as he splits the fight slightly, but these horsemen just aren't dying that quickly despite the lack of biology. They're chomping him down. Mister now down to just 30 arbitrary remaining. And there's just so much more push coming from Voldemar. Yeah, I mean, both sides' armies are dying so quick. The difference is Voldemar's only concern is I can't get the new troops out quick enough. For Mister, there's just not that many new troops to come out. Altar has been broken. I mean, the sad part for Mister is he's kind of reached a point now where he can compete on food, but now he's sucking on gold. Right? He has no gold access. And a castle drop. All right. We did talk about this as a concern earlier. Looks like Voldemar sold for it. Did cost him some workers, but whoop-de-doo-dah. It's not like he hasn't got enough of them. 118 now to 98. I don't know, Mister. He's going to go for the Guildhall pull. Does he switch Knights? If you do Knights, you have one shot. You have to do a lot of damage with it. Right? You can get 37 Knights if you queue them. Looks like instead Mister's going to keep queuing Arbitrary. A little bit surprised by that. You know, Arbitrary are going to get countered by a Horseman much easier than a Knight will by a Spearman. Watching this, Mister could easily be top 10 in 1 or 2 months. Quite possibly. You know, he's got that experience. Like, there's elements of RTS experience that carry over. Elements, not all of it, but definitely elements of it. Right? There's the... I mean, obviously the APM, the familiarity, micro, different, but in some ways transferable skills. And now, it looks like Mister's fate is to sit on the sideline, watching the remaining events of Age of Empires 4 play out when farming season is over. Because Voldemar, he's got the push power here. Comes out to fight, ahead on military. Talking of people who can be in the top 10, has Voldemar now convinced people of that? Is it finally his time to shine? over the moon with his ability to make top 16 earlier this year. Is it time to start aiming higher? Performance like this would suggest so, in conjunction with his performances against top-level pros in the last few weeks. This is a nice step on the route to that success. Mister on the verge of defeat here. Red Palace is gone already. He's still using Divine Defense. Has not switched over for anything else. I don't know. Like, my piece of review for this one, I think the biggest thing, like, if Voldemar's watching, probably Divine Charge. No Divine Charge usage feels like a lot of missed DPS with the comp he's been playing. Other than that, really well played. How did Guildhall lose? Because Sushi and China are different. He just didn't have his farm transition set up. Snipe comes in. Cannon's losing. There's a wide rotation, but Mister's not going to be able to get in. He's at least dragging a lot of the army away, so maybe the front side can just brute force through. At this point, your cannons, they're just clearing out the arbitrary. Like one hit, right? Bombards, they do over 100 damage, siege damage to infantry. So this almost just becomes your hand cannoneer as Sushi. Mister will sweep through and take out 2. But it looks like the Greek has just lost too much at this stage. Yeah, no Red Palace to hide behind. And we've also got an outpost creep out of Voldemar. Sprune emplacements coming through. You dirty son of a gun. I love this. Voldemar's feeling the vibes, and they're good ones being pumped out here as he achieves a 3-2 victory over the Greek god. G to the G. That means that he heads through into the, I think it's the qualifying match up against Scatbrained. But our attention turns back towards KPMM. Let me update this because what we've got is a fun one, folks. B versus Lucifer live. Oh, yes. I told you it was going to be a good day. This is a fun one. I'm excited for this. Fun way to begin the day. Let me see if we've got the draft at the ready from the two of them. Okay, so Civ draft complete. And let's have a look at the map draft. Bazaar got banned. Sag. I'm not surprised that Lucifer banned Bazaar. Like, B is a very creative player, so giving him new maps is a mistake, right? Like, he'll just do off-the-cuff things. So, Borderland beginning. Sent me a message. Okay, if I must. Fine, I guess I'll watch our child. Why can't he just watch himself? Learn some independence. I mean, come on. By the way, guys, reminder, AMD sponsor this week. You've been seeing it pop up. When it does pop up, make sure you're clicking on the link. It does support the channel. Here, I'll even get it up there for you. Actually, while we got a sec as the boys are getting into lobby, this is a perfect moment for me to actually go across to the website. And oh my god, what is that post I just pushed through? Huh? There we go. So, if you click on the link, it will take you through to check out over on Overclockers, where you can have a look at this absolute beauty. It's the 9700X 8-core. Now, a lot of people always talk about the 9800X 3D. It's not that 9800X 3D is not worth the money. It's just if you look at the cost of a 9800X 3D, it's going to be a lot higher. Yeah, look at that, £400. So, for a lot of people, that might be a little bit pricey for a CPU. If you're one of those people, this is great value prop. £270, so actually saving over about 33% for an 8 core that will perform worse in gaming, but actually for most people playing at 1080p and 1440p, this should be ample for a lot of your usages. So definitely recommend checking on it. I swear by Ryzen, I've been using them now for how many years? 9 or 10? I've been using them a long time. Like I've been using since Gen 1. I built a PC straight away when they released the first gen. Actually, I used the 1700X, I believe, for my first ever one, and was blown away by how good the CPUs were performing. You know, back then Intel was still king, but these days there's no doubt about it. AMD is the one you should be going to if you want to get your hands on the best in-house for CPU slots. So yeah, wholly recommend this. And for people on a bit more of a budget, definitely works out. There are one or two lower on the rankings, but I recommend usually 8-core CPUs if you can afford it, just because games are reaching that point now where they're starting to leverage more processors than they have in the past. You know, you go back 10 years, we're talking about games very rarely using 4 cores, a lot still using 2. But we're starting to get that point where developers are finding usages for the 8. So definitely check it out. Have a look at the link. Big shout out to AMD for sponsoring the stream. Love they'll be working with them. I think this is like our 10th time working with AMD, which shows they believe in you guys and how you feel about the brand, and also believe in what we do here as well, which is always nice to see from sponsors. And that is correct. People have other things going in the background, especially these days when most people have got their hands on a second monitor and a third monitor sort of thing. And are they compatible with AM4 motherboards? I'm trying to remember now off the top of my head. Last gen definitely was. I think this gen is. No, wait, no, it's AM5, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, AM5. These ones are AM5. These are the first ones where it's like you have to have AM5. So X870 motherboards, for example. Whereas I believe the 7 series, you could have AM4 or AM5. That's another nice thing with AMD. They tend to kind of like, they tend to bridge it where they don't just like force you immediately into the next one, right? There's been a lot of, I think there's been like 2 or 3 generations where they've been like, hey, you can hop to this next one. But perfect time to hop into our games. So first live series of the day, we've got B versus Lucifer on. Game number 1 is going to be Mali versus Rus. Let's see if my camera's working. I've got to get my child up on camera and watch him. And yeah, if you can't afford to upgrade motherboard, there's still a lot of good value AMD cards in the previous generations. Or CPUs, rather. I always call them cards for some reason. Definitely check out the cards as well. I swear by those. Dude, I've heard rumors recently, like maybe they'll make like a high-end 90 series card. I'm like, please do. I will buy it. I'll just be instantly on that. Ugh. I think my son's got me ill as well. My throat is really rough. I'm not going to be happy if he's gotten me ill just before we go on holiday. Also, Emma, if you're listening, I'll hold this against you because when I'm on holiday, the biggest and most important thing is I want to taste my Greek cuisine. If I can't taste my Greek cuisine, you owe me. That's it. He can get me ill any other way, but if it takes taste buds, we're at war. All right. All right, let's get predictions up. Game 1, be Lucifer. Jeez, calm down, you gambleholics. Okay, you want me to, like, make it go crazy for you gambleholics? If you subscribe to the channel, wait for it. If you subscribe to the channel, you can get your hands on more points to gamble with. And sorry, G, I didn't see you on the TikTok side. Dude, I need to find a way to stop TikTok from showing when people join the channel, because, like, it's hard to then see people's comments. I am indeed excited for the expansion. I'm looking forward to it. I'm especially excited for the roguelike mode. That's the thing I'm most interested in. I mean, new Civs is cool, right? The elephants do look fun, but like for me, it's like that new mode. Dude, I think like if they do that right, that could be exactly what the game needs to reach the next level. We'll see if they do it right, though. Oh. Going where? I'm going to Zante. So nowhere near Crete. You're south of mainland. I'm the west. And I can still smell you from here. All right, anyway. Let's go. This... I think we need to stop giving away so much money in these midweek musters because the quality of games that we're seeing in just the quarterfinals is too high. What is up, folks? Welcome back to the channel. Lucifer versus B in a best of 5. This is quarterfinals. Tell me that this tournament series is not delivering peak S tier levels of content. You can't, not with things like this happening. Yeah, so game 1, we're going to be on Borderland here. Marlians for B. Lucifer does take to the Roos. So pretty normal picks, 2 double Pro Scout and Civs, but not necessarily Pro Scouts guaranteed. I do wonder if B's going to try something a little bit different. Usually he tries to be off the cuff, not as focused on the meta Pro Scouts. And it actually might be a good spawn for it. Getting the deer to the south side of your base instead of forward does open up the potential to maybe just play out onto the flanks, especially with all the berries in the neighborhood. And what is up, Mad Mike? I see you the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Remember, guys, dropping Prime subs here is an easy and free way to help the channel because you already paid Bezos anyway. So you might as well take some money back from him by dropping a sub in a Twitch channel of your choice. Hopefully this one, because it does support us on our journey as a content creator. If you want to reach in your wallet and give me money as well, I do like that. Who would have thought it? I like money. You know who else likes money? Roos. There we go. Double hunting cabin set up, but not the best value. This is the problem. The tree lines being smaller, you tend to get a little bit less. In fairness, though, he got a decent spawn for it, based on like the starting location with the tree lines. Really exposed on the north side, though. I guess this isn't bad. When you play Roos, you actually kind of want this type of spawn anyway, where the tree lines are going to kind of be close together. You don't really care about your gold, right? Like, gold isn't really something you need to gather with Roos. We've seen it time and time again. It's actually outrageous how little gold they need. And by the way, there are villagers here. It's just... I just love how you get stealth mode when you're not on the person's perspective. Like, wait, huh? Why do Roos have no workers? How are we doing on the rotation? So it's going to be 8 sheep on one side, but... Oh my god! Be the sheep whisperer. He mirrored 2 scouts, and look at the outcome. He gets 22 sheep. Guys, this is a phenomenal play by B. Something that gets overlooked quite often with Marlians is it only takes them 14 seconds to produce a scout. That's crazy fast. Normally, it takes 23 seconds. So, while most civs miss out on a villager and a bit to get a second scout, you sacrifice less than 1 villager to get this type of edge. And this is a big deal considering we just said that B has been looking for ways to not play Pro Scouts. 23 sheep is exactly what you need to try and achieve that. Yeah, especially on this particular map. Like, remember, on Borderland, there's just substantial amounts of deer spread out. So, sacking Pro Scouts is pretty difficult to justify. But there are civs who can do it. The main one on this map is Byzantines because they just don't care, right? They go berries instead. Gorge is also a very good map for 2 scouts. Yes. Gorge is incredible because your opponent always pulls one side. So if you just basically run one side and then build another scout and go the other, you'll cut him off about halfway. So 2 scout play on Gorge, I'd say as a bare minimum, you should quite easily get 60% of sheep. And it can be anywhere up to like 75% of sheep, depending how good your read is. Like, for example, if you scout the same size as your opponent, you've split the deer in the sheep rather in 50-50 already, right? And what is up, Simku Kulatum? Why am I struggling with that? I don't know if it's sim and then a break. Simku Kulatam. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. I didn't want to butcher his name, and I think I was thinking about it too much. It's just Simku Kulatam, right? Appreciate you, mate. Let's keep those subs rolling, baby. I don't know how expensive this Greek island is going to be, so I need all the money I can get. Partner Hall. 23 sheep still after the delay. Just a great start to the game. Lucifer, the age up complete. Should be looking towards Pro Scouts. Already gathering up a lot of wood. So probably an early wooden fortress. B. Okay, so this doesn't mean he's going Pro Scouts. This could just be to deny Scouts. Going Warrior Scouts to just deny Pro Scouts from your opponent is a pretty solid play for Marlians. It actually makes more sense for them to do this than going Donzos. Most civs go Spearmen to stop Pro Scouts, but for Mali, it's more efficient to do this because your scouts get a lot of bonus damage. Your scouts are actually by default better scouts. And although you're paying 90 resources, you'd also spend the same amount for a Donzo. But you wouldn't have the movement speed, you wouldn't have the healing capacity, you wouldn't have the ability to dictate where you fight. Will KP for the week of November the 4th include new civs, or will you wait until Friday to allow for experimentation? I'd have to double check what the dates are for the release, because I think November 4th would put it on a Tuesday. I feel like most people would just want to play with the new civs and not be handcuffed. I don't. It might. Maybe we'll be like no new civs just because it's. Because basically, like by the time if the DLC releases like normal, which is usually in the evening for Europe, it would mean that almost every series but semifinals, grand finals would have been played. I'll think about that closer. That's a future KP's problem. Usually with those type of things, what we like to do is we like to put it in control of the players. We let them give their opinions. For example, recently we were discussing the idea of switching round of 16 games into best of 5s. And it was kind of split, but round of 16s staying as BF3s had the edge. Warrior Scouts being a pain in the ass. Remember, they're actually quicker, so they can get kills quite easily. Yeah, and wait. Oh, that would have been another one, but the TC ends up taking him out. Great bait there. Lucifer able to just trick B. B, who remember, is not playing Pro Scouts himself. It's all delay game from him. However, with the arrival of Knights, you do now see the reaction of Donzos. Yeah, correct reaction, correct time. He doesn't want to jump the gun. We already mentioned Donzos is kind of redundant here, unless absolutely necessary. But with Knights appearing in the field, you need it. Because the problem is, if you go Donzos and your opponent isn't building Knights, like they may just be opening Archers to contest your Warrior Scouts. He may be going Horse Archers on Castle. Either way, Donzos aren't going to feel great. The interesting thing, by the way, is like Archers does counter Warrior Scouts really well, which is why it was nice that B waited, just to be safe. Because the problem with Warrior Scouts is they have no armor. For all the benefits they have no ranged armor. They are not a horseman unit until Castle. Like, technically, Marlians do not have a horseman unit until Castle Age. They have a ranged horseman class unit, i.e. something that counters ranged units in Javelins. That's the trade-off. And yeah, if you just want to count sheep, just switch to a player's view and control shift A. It's pretty easy to do. You don't need all this tedious work that Cow done. Can you imagine setting up a system when you just press 3 buttons? Cow is going to be in tears when they get rid of sheep and replace them with a more logical food system. He's like, my system. No! Oof. My dear, no. Lucifer. Nice intercept there. B. It's not just Donzos. See what else he's doing here, guys. He's got Sofa. Sofa are actually decent at contesting Knights now. Yeah, like they're not as good as a Knight 1-to-1. But for the cost, they hold their own weight here. They only have 30 less HP, 1 less armor, and 2 less damage. That's a pretty good deal. The only thing you have to be careful of is that Sofas don't have a charge, right? So the initial point of contact is where Roost Knights get their biggest advantage. But that's what makes this Donzo Sofa idea so good from B. Cows have slowed down. He's still got 12 sheep, so he doesn't have to worry about switching over to eat them too soon. Castle Warrior Scouts gets +10 against range. Yeah, but that's the point, though, in Castle. So you don't get a horseman until Castle, you see? Whose position do I favor? I think B having to slow down on inflating Cow has been a little bit worrisome here. But it's a lot of Sofa. And your opponent is getting baited into Archer spam. Yeah, like he's getting the correct count for Sofa to beat Knights. So like I actually quite like his position because Sofas are also quicker than Knights. So you can easily dodge the charges and then you can also surround and pin them. Right now it's getting messy, man. He's just straight up going for the denial of the Scouts. Sofa just getting cut down. 1 by 1. Archer's getting some good target fire in the Donzos, but it does look like a fight that's hard for Lucifer to sustain here. The Sofa count. Is it too high? He's trying to target them down 1 by 1, but a weird pathing choice to come to the backside to assist. The Knights. It's free Sofa left over, but the target fire, he keeps clicking individuals and wasting a lot of time running here. Hence, the Sofa is able to win out. And that's crazy. I mean, this is a unit. We said they have similar stats, slightly worse damage. They also have slightly worse attack speed, but yeah, B, able to break him down like that. I think it was the few Donzo in there that kind of muddied the affair. Yeah, and he actually chose his timing really well. He decided to take that fight before Lucifer reached the point where archers would be able to one-hit kill Donzos. A little bit of a tough one there. Lucifer heavily reduced on his knight count. Meanwhile, B still with a decent chunk of Sofa to swing rather, and wield here. My worry is, like, do you not get forced into spin at this rate as Lucifer? Good news for him is that B still does not have additional cow. It's just the 5. It's not extending. In fact, he's going to eat them. Oh, boy. What? So he's not going to set himself up anymore. He's not going to pad. The worry about this is, like, have you stopped pro scouts? Looking at the deer count, yes. So this can pay off. Like, it's actually kind of crazy, but the cow eject can actually work here because Lucifer isn't getting any more deer home. You can see that B is suffocating the map right now. He's on guard on flanks and then camping center. What do you do now then? I mean, Lucifer, he has got the 8 stack of berries in the corner, but you don't have an edge now. Like, B's play to actually jet the cow is genius here because of the gathering rate. He's in such a good position with this move. Scouts get chased away. Whoa, your dad works at Microsoft? That's crazy. My dad owns Microsoft. That's right. No, not Bill Gates. He's the puppet that we installed. How else do you think I got $20,000 for an esports tournament circuit? Come on. Use your imagination here. I think B is kind of hiding the true count of Sofa, right? Yeah, second group building up. This is good because it can kind of just bait Lucifer into thinking you're aging. By the way, B is now getting additional cow in after the ejection. Yeah, because the starvation worked. Like, it seemed like a bit of a gamble, but he understood not many deer were getting through. So Lucifer has been kind of struggling to keep up. You can actually see it in the army value. It's a 20% advantage there. And, oh, someone on kick. Yo, question. Shoot the question. And if it's something about buying bots, I don't care. Yeah, kick does need to solve that problem. It's so suffocating. I'm impressed, though, the way that B's played this. High trade-offs now coming through. But Lucifer, he only got, what, 3 extra deer home? Or was it 4? Okay, he got 4. That's not too bad. So that ends up being a pretty healthy, what, 1,500 food? It's decent. Nothing crazy. Problem is, B is just behind you, nibbling at the ankles. Fulani ready to activate. I don't like this for Lucifer. I think he's kind of stuck. If you guys are struggling with pro scouts, like, this is it, man. This is how you deal with it. Well executed. And the way that B done this, he done it on a very hard map to do this. The deer spread is made to make pro scouts inherently easy to do. Right? Because you always feel like you should get something back. But B, with the scout opening into mass Sofa, just keeping tempo, keeping control on the map. Denying Lucifer the win condition with this mobility. Now with his own age up. Sofa upgrades are on the way. Already queues up imported armors. Lucifer does make the right call, though. He pivots into Spearman. It's irrefutable at this point. Sofa versus Knights, you can kind of justify in the feudal. But once you get Castle, we've actually seen Marlene Sofas beating the crap out of Lancers from Shushi. So if they can beat Shushi Lancers, they can definitely beat Roost Knights. High trade house. 73 gold. Yeah, it's not great. I mean, considering how small the trade line was, right? Like, I think this is part of the problem. Lucifer also got hurt by having to play a longer feudal. He ate most of the trees for archers. Whereas normally this would have been about probably 110, 120 wood. 120 gold, rather. And he gets a pittance. So many value points for B. I think Roost need buffs. They just need to find a new way of playing. Pro Scouts every game has become predictable. It's the biggest weak point now with builds like this starting to work. Sofa Flood into the base. B has the answers. Imported Armors is already there. This is a mere tickling while he strikes for the heart. Yeah, B. No doubt he's walking away with a win here. Villagers on front line just being sacked as well. Game number 1. And we open this series with a solid answer to Pro Scouts from Roofs. Mass Sofa Blocker. A Sofa Blockade. The last time a Sofa Blockade was this effective, it was when people were piling the furniture in front of the windows to stop the zombies from getting. This front, just going through the motions of the stage. I wonder if we'll upload this one. This is a really cool build, but it is a very short game, so I'm of a mixed opinion on it. I don't feel like people resonate with the short games that much. But maybe this one is good for educational purposes. GG. Anti-Pro Scouts at its finest. Marley's notoriously been a counter to Roost too. Yeah, but not for that build. Never for Sofa build. Sofa build's new. That's what makes it very interesting. It's like, it's not the generic normal ways. All right, there we go. So, game number 1 to be. Fantastic opening to the series from him. Let's see where the boys are taking us for G2. Okay, it's going to be Cliffside, Delhi versus Jean. It used to be pretty good for Jean. More recently, I feel like Delhi's been getting some dubs, though, with these elephant-focused, like, later in the game type builds. Roos amazingly bad. I mean, you say they're amazingly bad, yet so many people still prioritize them over several other civs, easy peasy, right? So, like, it's not that they're infamously bad. I just think, like, the plan of how you play them and where you pick them has become quite predictable. That's, I think, the bigger problem. So I'm just double checking a bunch of crap in the background. Oh yeah, I got something I need to get you guys' opinion on. We'll do it after the next game. We'll do it at the end of the series. B gets some good matchups. Yeah. And also B is probably... Is he the scariest person on John right now? You got a new dress? I mean... Yeah, I'm guilty. So, like, what it was is after I took it off your mum last night, I was like, wow, that red looks really good. I could pull that off. Probably heels as well. Why do you walk into these? It's like you line them up for me and it's a strike. All right. Wait, is Scarecrow realized yet? This man is a mind reader. Game number 2. B already in the lead. And it feels like he soul read this Delhi pick. Jean d'Arc coming out for him. He might be the spookiest man on this Civ right now because nobody else seems to really value it currently in Age of Empires 4. Welcome back to the series, folks. Game number 2. B already in the lead in this best of 5 quarterfinal showdown. That's right. Week number 6 here in the midweek muster. And B has already come out with a dominant opening game over Lucifer on Boardland. Delhi, a Civ that historically made a lot of sense on this map. Yeah, the sacred site is just easily wallable and controllable. I do think that they've maybe been superseded, eclipsed by further aggressive Civs. So Dark Age aggressive and opening feudal with aggression infantry focus seems to have been working really well recently. We've been seeing, for example, Ottoman picks been looking good. Shushi has, in certain situations for Chuganu, rushes looked good as well. And this matchup in particular, maybe not so good for Delhi. At least in the past, the Ghazi-focused builds have struggled against Jean because she just gets fed way too much XP. More recently, we have seen Delhi players taking a more greedy focus, targeting towards castle instead, because if you can get your hands on elephants, it is the ultimate counter to Jean in the early mid-game, considering that most French Jean players don't tend to spam into Arbitrier, which would counter elephants, until much later in the game. No, we're not going to do a Yo Mama jokes off. Dude, when I was in high school, oh my god, I was a Yo Mama encyclopedia. I had so many Yo Mama jokes, like it easily in the hundreds. And I don't know how, they used to just fly. I didn't need to write them down, they were just there. I'm saying this not as a brag. This is not a brag. This is actually an admittance of embarrassment, okay? Like, you know, you're not going to sit down in a job interview and what's your proudest achievement? I labeled off 1,500 Yo Mama jokes in a row without any break. Drops the mic. It's like, oh wow, you're hired, man. Okay, you know what? Like, I'm gonna phone head office. I'm gonna tell them to give you my job. How does the Civ go from being amazing to so-called terrible with no patches or changes? Because the game state evolves. There are a lot of games that can do this. Like, when they're left to their own device long enough, they will evolve. Now, that isn't an argument for not doing regular development. Because the idea is, while a meta can shift on its own, you can shift it much quicker as a developer by making changes. And also, the importance of making changes is that it keeps the player base engaged. You know, there's a polarizing argument in RTSs that not changing the game is better because it allows people to get better at build orders and more familiar. Whereas when you change something, it throws it out the window. But I still think the idea of new shiny toys beats that thought process. And in the past, RTSs refusing to acknowledge that, I think, has played a big part in the downslide. It's not the only thing. There's multiple variables. We've known them before on this channel. But it definitely didn't help them. So, Dome of Faith, School of Cavalry, a perfect example of this. When do you ever see the other two landmarks? In fairness, Chamber of Commerce would be very weird in this matchup, just because Delhi can rush you with Ghazi and snipe the traders. But, you know, you'd think on a map like this, Tower of Victory would be good, right? Apparently not. Dome of Faith is just too good to resist, even with the Ford Gold. Anyone here pre-ordering the new Civs? No. I'm going to get Microsoft to send me keys. One of the benefits of being an AoE4 creator. The only benefit of being an AoE4 creator. So tech up's complete. We have already got the mill down. Wheelbarrow is there. Is he going Pro Scouts? He's kept 4 on gold, so it looks like Pro Scouts macro. Because the Knight is going to pump out in 10 seconds. He only needs 100 for another. Maybe he goes 2 Knights Pro Scouts? Like a more delayed approach here? That would be quite interesting. Because you're definitely on the clock, right? Like, you've got limited resources in your base. Meanwhile, your opponent is going to have access to Pro Scouts for free. Takes some time, but he will get there eventually. Hey, that's not fair. I also got Age of Mythology keys. Actually, I don't know if I got the recent DLC one. I didn't ask. When will they just make Age of Mythology 2? I just want it. First Knights get chased away by the Ghazi. I think Lucifer wasn't expecting the second Knight because like that's a very important detail. He knows now it's not Pro Scout. He gets that info so early. Like when you see the second one coming in, it's dead obvious. Because there's no way you'd have Pro Scouts queued up in a second Knight this early on. Right, the math doesn't really check. The B playing a dangerous game. It's going to be Melee Jean coming out, and he's going for the boar. I swear. Okay. Ones in chat if you think B will Pro Scouts this week. Twos if you think he will not. There has to be a matchup, a situation where you have to, right? But he is working his butt off to avoid those situations as much as possible. It is actually quite entertaining to watch. What a cool approach. Love to see him just kind of trying to breathe life. Taking advantage of these weeklies as a way of trying to innovate. Did I watch the AoE4 vs AOM video by Magic? No. But, like, I'm fairly familiar with both games. So, like, I think that's something that's more meritable to someone that's only played one, hasn't played the other. There's cool content. Like, the concept of what Magic should be trying to do with that is bridge the gap between the communities and understanding. But, like, I've talked in the past about Mythology's issues and why it was never going to work. And it came from the heart of someone who loves Age of Mythology. Because that is a top 3 RTS campaign for me as a child. AOM was not that popular. AOM was the least successful in terms of sales of all Age of games ever released. But in terms of critique, review, and reception, it was one of the best received games ever. It's a little bit of a mixed bag there. Melee Jean gonna work out pretty well here against the Spears. And by the way, he was always going Melee Jean. You never do Range Jean into Delhi because they have Ghazi. Remember, Range Jean just gets melted by light Cav Civs. Oh, heavy Cav Civs too, but that heavy Cav Civs kill both Jeans very well. It's just unfair that one tank comes in and kills all your army. I mean, that's just a super weapon though. The problem is, like, if you play AoE4, you're not familiar with the concept of a super weapon because Age of Empires 4 has one of the worst super weapons in the history of RTS. Wonders. Wonders, like, in AoE4 and AoE2, AoE1, I think, as well, but, like, they just all were very underwhelming super weapons. They were only designed as a, this has been going on too long tool. Whereas, like, games like Red Alert 2, Age of Mythology, like, their super weapon designs, Dawn of War, right? Like, their super weapon designs are, the game needs to end unless, like, give you an opportunity in an epic way. And to its merit, someone will say of Age of Mythology, like, quite often was misunderstood. Mr. always said it best. It's like, people like, oh, I don't like that, like, one meteor can just, like, delete my whole base. That's a failure to plan, right? That, if you think about it, it's no different than if you're playing against mass knights, you're trying to tull and fail to wall. The difference is the repercussion is more cinematic. Sacred Sight's being captured. Lucifer hasn't been able to lock in the third. It's a little bit tricky on these wider flanks. The Spearmen do take a while to catch up, but I think for B, it might make more sense to kind of spread a bit wider. Because realistically, Lucifer with just spears should be able to guard Site 1 and Site 2. B, I'm kind of shocked we're not seeing a switch over to archers to deal with the spearmen. No, he's just going to answer with his own spears. Kind of clever, actually. It means that he just has a more solid composition. It doesn't get hard countered as easily. Why that's important, the value of that is it just means that you're going to get more of a grind down in fights, which benefits Jean because of the healing, and then also benefits Jean because of XP generation. And yeah, the Knights can attack Sacred Sites. We had this the other day with Men-at-Arms. There's something about charging that they can register Sacred Sites as enemies. AoE2 super weapons are monks, but even that is like AoE2 has monuments as like wonders as well, right? They have wonder victory. So like for them, that's also that's their super weapon. It's the ultimate super weapon in Age of Empires games, but it's very underwhelming. The closest to true super weapons we have, like AoE2 having monks, is Wallalols in AoE4. They're so rare, it doesn't really hold up. Gazi. Whoa, what a hit. Lucifer. There's a lot of out of time being achieved with this, and he didn't lose anything. Forces the entire army of B back at a critical juncture when he's going castle. But yeah, to the point of Wololol super weapons, the problem with Wololols being AoE4 super weapons is that in Age of Empires 4, you don't see people really leveraging relics aggressively in the late game. So, like, the only time you really see a Wololol past 30 minutes in an AoE4 game is when someone's base is being done. And it's cool when it works out, but, like, you know, compared to standard super weapon logics, it doesn't really fulfill the role of forcing an endgame state. If anything, it's the polar opposite. You're trying to delay the game ending. For anyone who's played Red Alert 2, it's the difference between someone who doesn't know how to use Iron Curtain and does. Someone who doesn't will use it defensively. Someone who does will use it to get kills. Talking of kills, what a strike there be! Wow, the timing on that. Catches the gold workers. Lucifer for the high ground blind. Does get the age up, but now finds himself 6 workers down. Soon to be many relics up. He's already got 2. Make that a 3rd grabbed. Good start to the age for Lucifer if you can get these home. B. All in, really. Yeah, not investing in an age up just yet. Just more knights coming. B's not forced any fights as JD to level up. I mean, he kind of couldn't force the fights he wanted. You know, he's usually pulling knights out of position and then you're into spears. What he wanted was the Ghazi kills. But if you can't force the Delhi player to commit the Ghazi, you don't get a lot of XP out of the fight. But you could lose a lot in the fight, right? Because it's spear into knights. But we did talk about this point in the game. The Delhi players have become better at accessing it. And when they do access it, War Elephants is your arch nemesis. And... okay. Wait. What? No. There's only one reason you do that, and it's if you're planning to play the ball. Charge coming in. Hello? B. Yeah, he realizes that's not going to work. Lucifer even start a step back to cover the Scholar, because originally B was going to run past. That was a quick-on-quick reaction, actually. Both of them were thinking about that fight deep. Yeah, now Scholar's going to go down. So, can Lucifer eat the boar if French have already killed it? No. The reason why he killed the boar here is if Lucifer comes and kills the boar, you can't get it. So B is looking at this as a potential resource he can invest in later on. Because the only other reason you would kill the boar is if Jean was nearby to get XP. But she was nowhere near. So the only logical reason you should kill that boar is because you want to eventually play into it. Which is wild when you consider how close it is to Lucifer's base. I mean, it's definitely the bold statement out there, lad. I'll give him that. If nothing else, that is a ballsy thing to proclaim, really. Lucifer. He's starting to shift in for a raid, but a bigger hit coming on the other side. B makes his way in the base. War Elephants were going to scare him away, but that's now a 10-worker lead for B. Just needs to avoid death here and does so beautifully. Seeks shelter, gets him out of harm's way. Things aren't looking good for Lucifer right now, despite the fact he's an age ahead. The eco lead starts to matter quite a bit here. Especially the spearman count for B, just a good answer in general to the War Elephants. He will want to get out of the age soon, though. Like, there's only so much feudal spearman can do against the elephant play. And also, now that your opponent's going Ellie's, would you not want to have that option of potentially playing arbitrary upon age up? Well, to the point of like people using aggressive relics, like most people don't though. And there has been attempts to make relics being used for attacking more valuable. So a perfect example of this that we just still don't see because it's not meta is the Buddhist monks from Japan. Because the Buddhist monks, they can buff your damage with warlocks. But nobody uses it. This is ridiculous though. This is all in. Lucifer, he's lost so much at home. He needs a hit now. Wow. He just sacks the defense of his own base. Left them to the wolves. Lucifer with the all-in, but the problem with this, the problem with all-inning with war elephants is if you can't just kill the landmarks, you can't necessarily force the fight to get the win. He's going to see him moving to the west, but he still hasn't aged up. And this is really why Lucifer isn't giving in, right? He may be down quite a bit, but it's still 0 potential into castle currently from B. Almost feels like he's doing a stress test of spearmen. Like 40 spearmen at this stage into 3 war elephants. Who wins? B. John is waiting in the tree line. That's sick. Guys, he's trying to bait the fight so that he gets the XP without Lucifer realizing. And here we go. John's now going to show up. Nice go for the charge in. Reach onto the archers. Has to brute force it just to protect his spearmen. Another war elephant arriving though. John, she's not in the main engagement. She's not getting the XP right now. She should already be level 3. Rejoins. Just a little bit more to go. 50 XP. Does pin the archers. Count is getting low. This is just so many. Lucifer doing a good job, actually. Yeah, he noticed B wasn't paying attention to him, so he used the archers to the maximum to get as many kills as possible. War elephants will have to break away, but I feel like the elephants might be able to take that fight against the spears. The problem is Jean herself. Level 3 achieved. 17.5 minutes in. Not the best time you've seen. Absolutely needed considering that he's still in age 2. It's funny that a horse is afraid of camels but absolutely fine with elephants. I mean, it's just like... So, think about it this way, right? They're not in the same classification. You know? Oh my god, wait, the spearmen... Wait, they actually work! For once! Holy crap, that was crazy. Triple war elephant kill like that. Okay, Lucifer has lost his advantage entirely then. I cannot believe that. I was not expecting feudal spearmen to kill elephants that quick. But back to the point. The reason why horses fear camels but not elephants. Relatable composition, right? Like, if you discover that an elephant has more muscle mass than you, you don't really care. But if you discover that, like, Rickard has got more muscle mass than you, that other guy, like, whoa, okay. Now I feel, like, slighted. Like, what the hell? I've been challenged. Even maybe an orangutan. We're all monkeys at heart. But, that's why. They just don't see them as competition. It's like being Marine Lord and obsessing over how tall you can be. There's no point. You're in a different classification, That's like elves. That's like dwarves being obsessed with the height of elves. It just doesn't make sense. Who's winning this game? Because this is the thing, like B done really well to clean up there, but he's still in age 2. In this rate, we're going to see level 4 Jean before we see age 3. Archers showing up to contest the spears. Also helps with dealing with the crossbowmen. It's a bit tricky for Jean, though. Yeah, she takes a lot of bonus damage now from that spearman. They doesn't really have a military lead to speak of here. Lucifer on only 7 scholars, so it's not like going crazy high on that count, and this military pop is a lie. B, adding in farms is just not a good look here, man. I don't know. This is pretty sick. I was not expecting Feudal Spears to do that to elephants, but it's a 4-relic game for Lucifer. The only one he hasn't grabbed is deep in B territory. Sacred Sites can now also be locked in. Lucifer has still got the berries in the corner. He's pulling away from there, though, as Knights were circling in. So good read to dodge death. Can't really afford more worker losses after what's happened in this game. If B can just slow this game down, avoid any attacks. Like, he's already got farm clusters coming up. So, like, the idea of getting castle becomes easier as time goes on now. It really is on Lucifer to do something. You know? Just gonna take a stick and poke all those elephants that died down here. Like, yeah, do something. Because B has been doing things all game long. Knights are again going around the back. They're looking for kills. Elephants on approach. He's full fuel army. Remember, he cannot get access to the champions until Castle Age. Would have been something nice and bulky. He's still got, what, 2 of them left, so they can absorb a lot of archer shots. Knights are cutting reinforcements currently. Lucifer. He has now started to idle out the farms. But he also has food issues himself, right? He's only got 13 food workers, and I think that's on the remaining sheep. Okay, no, he's got the deer coming home, so he's cozy. It's an uncomfortable game the way it's been played. Interesting back off as well from Lucifer. I mean, surely it's worth just anchoring on the backside, but it's always dangerous to be in the back of your opponent's base, because then your reinforcements get cut. So what Lucy's doing is he circles in, comes back, picks up the reinforcements, and then goes again. John, look to go again for another fight. Last time we saw these war elephants, they got erased by feudal spears, but this time they cannot be surrounded. He hugs the tree line intentionally to protect them. B just trying to brute force through now, but those war elephants are just taking no damage. Barely any spearmen left alive. Elephanto fun time is going to be no fun for Jean, as this game looks done with a strike back for the Spaniard. I'm still baffled the spearmen done it once, but they will not be able to answer the elephants a second time. I think we call that one he did what? With feudal spearmen? That is pretty impressive with feudal spears to even do that once, though. Wait, the second game where vast majority of pigeon points were wrong? Ha ha! Keep being wrong. Lose those points, suckers. Wait, no, that means that someone else is being right, though. Damn it! Sorry, I'm just getting some information. So, game number 3. Let's see where the boys are taking us. Looks like it is going to be Kalauga time. And we're going to get some Shushi versus HRE. Last Kalauga game I saw was pretty wild. We can fire that haircut. Thank you very much. What do you think, chat? We're looking good? We're looking good? We're looking good? Dentist appointment? Yeah, got it for Thursday in the morning. Really early, though. 8:30. Oh. All right, guys. I need some more advice. We got sent something cool here. You guys ready? So, new order in from Gunner. These look really... Like, I haven't opened these yet. I know roughly what the case is going to look like, though. You guys ready for this? Do you notice the emblem? Can you guys see what it is? It's Witcher time, baby. So, we've got some new glasses. And we've got a nice little outside of leather case. And of course, it had to be Geralt. All right, so this is the Witcher Gunner collab coming through. Let me know what you guys think. They sent me these bad boys. Let's take our current glasses off, try them on. How they look? I haven't got my contacts in, so. Pretty good? I might get these in prescription. KP of Rivia. Yeah, so, I mean, I like the little details in these as well. You guys see that? So they've got, they're leather bound on the side. Well, I don't know if it's actual real leather. It might just be PVC, but whatever. Not PVC, you know what it is. It's fake leather, but either way, you get these little leather bindings. Oopsie. Oh, yeah, I love that as well. Do you guys see that? Can you see the etchings? They got all the different symbols. What do you think? So these just released. Exclamation mark Gunner, if you go via my link. There isn't a discount on new lenses. You can't get them discounted, but it will let them know that I sent you, so there's still an accreditation there. Or you can always wait 60 days, and then my discount code will apply on new lenses. But I might get these. I think these look pretty good. I wasn't sure at first. At first, I was like, maybe they sit too high on the eyebrows, but I'm kind of coming around to them now. Yeah. I don't think you can get these ones in Clear Pro, but you can get them in Clear. So I might make these my prescription lens ones. But back to eyeballs I can see them for now. But yeah, big shout out to Gunner. Dude, I love the case as well. The case is absolutely sick. That's the thing I really like with their glasses as well. Like just the small thoughts of like the cases. It's pretty, in the grand scheme of things, it's pretty small detail. But it is just that extra little bit, you know? It does impress. Alright, guys. Why are they yellow lenses? Because it's blue light filtering. Move the chat slightly to the right on this overlay. Oh, you're right. What the hell? I think it got moved at some point. Yeah, it did. It accidentally got resized. Because, like, in the other one, it's the correct size. Right? Actually, this one might be too big, too. There we go. Yeah, y'all ready for this? Let's get to game number 3. I've kind of missed this map. It's been a while. It's Galauga time. Welcome back to channel, folks. So game number 3 between B and Lucifer. 1-1 apiece in this best of 5 to see who will make it into the semi-finals, where they'll face off against either Vortex, Sass, or Myriad. And this is going to be a fun one. Shushi versus HRE. Two civs we see a lot of, but a different map for them. Pro Scouts might not be immediately on the agenda, although, to be fair with you, there is quite a lot of deer. Yeah, in hindsight, Kayu's probably watching this right now going, oh, yeah, should we decrease that now? Because we're in the middle of a semi-still Pro Scouts meta, and there is 31 deer outside your base, as well as 5 inside your base per player. So this map in total has 39 deer. Whew. That is more Bambi than you'll find in a Blockbusters back in 1998. That is wild. What? Now, maybe we don't see Pro Scouts simply because you do have deer in your base to start with, so you already get this big injection of food. And there's also alternates. There is the fishing, is usually the other argument. But for now, we have to talk about the aggression. This shove of deer in, of course he had to do it. He already has the buff food gathering rate, doesn't need Pro Scouts. B is going mine work. This is such a B maneuver. Yeah, he's probably the single biggest believer in mine work Palace in the Age of Empires 4 competitive scene currently. I'm trying to think, like, the only other one is Anatan, really. I don't think anyone else but those two have wholeheartedly dove into this build as much. And guys, it looks phenomenal. The tempo you get out of mine work is incredible. It's just unbridled aggression. The timing getting into your blacksmith techs, the upgrade potential, if the game is right for all pikes, where you get the bonus damage to horsemen and spears, bonus damage that equals out to be about a 20% increase in damage for them, or even just going into castle and then getting armor on your knights. All are incredibly valuable plays. Doc follow-up now from B. Yeah, I like this. Kind of empowering the mine work by saying if I'm getting my food from an alternate source than prelate buffs, then I get more value out of playing mine work anyway. The Medi... Wait, what? Hold on. Did he really just score a 60 food, 50 gold meditation garden? That's pretty sick. Damn, nicely identified by Lucifer. It's a lot of gains. A little bit risky, though, because if this is a mine work aggressive build, if military units come through here, you're not going to get the full buff, right? You're going to lose 10% per unit in range. So this can actually be a huge liability. Pomplay himself as well. How's the sheep hall look? 7 on one side, 7 on the other. Remember, you don't get many neutral sheep here, right? They're all just scattered around the base in the start. Yeah, becoming a common theme with Caillou's maps, actually. And I, for one, am a fan of it. I like that he's just got all these setups where the deer are right next to the base, because what it's essentially doing is just middle fingering the RNG of sheep game. I think, you know, if there's one obvious thing that people are coming to hate, it's sheep RNG. It's just, I think for more casual players, they don't realize how much they hate it. Like, you know, when you're low rank, like, you know, you guys, because you're watching these streams, you're clearly 1,500 plus ELO gamers, every single one of you. Actually, you're 2,500 plus. You can beat Louis. And because of that, you understand when a game is lost because you didn't get sheep. You can tell. But for casuals, they're not really aware. They just lose, and it's a very confusing feeling. Like, why? How did I lose? You could argue that's a generic thing in RTSs. If you don't go back and watch the replay, you don't know for sure. But, you know, high-level players at least understand very quickly, oh, I don't have sheep, I've lost this game. Whereas for a casual, they'd actually have to have it pointed out to them. It's still one of the biggest negatives about early game in AoE 4, is you can lose the game at 5 minutes because of sheep. Fishing coming in. Did get archer ship and archer ship. Lucifer already starting to pad his food there as well, though. He is going to add in some units. For a second there, I thought he was going for castle. But we have got archers, so just mirroring the spear play for now. Yeah, you have Flexi here. Going mine work and then rushing castle is not a bad idea. But you also do get this benefit out of aggressive timings in feudal because of how cheap your blacksmith techs are. You can just be miles ahead of practically any civ in the game on technology. You never played a game in your life? Let me get a gun. We'll load one bullet in it. We're going to play a game. Wait, whoa. I was watching some of the clips from Bullet Train the other day. I didn't realize there was a lot of people that disliked that movie. I thought it was just majority loved. Archer arriving Lucifer. I'll be happy about that. But at least have the Chuk coming out, so we'll be able to scare away. Still, this is great for B. Seeing Chuk, you can just go into Horseman Archer. It's huge mobility advantage. Your spears and repeat crossbows are really slow, Shushi. But for B, marching dual archers are very fast, and then horsemen even quicker. Instead, though, adds in the spears. Very surprised by that, actually. Yeah, he's going to switch it up down to a 1-1-1. Stay off of Reddit and you'll have a good time. Isn't that like a rule in general in life? I was chill vibing, enjoying a mobile game as a casual. And then all of a sudden, I start getting recommended their Reddit page. And now I'm just diving deep into meta optimization. And I don't want it. I don't need it. I was happy being clueless. Never underestimate the joy of naivety. Lucifer. Is he just going full repeater crossbow now? He did scout mine work, right? Like, I'd be surprised if he scouted mine work and he just thinks that full repeater crossbow is the way. He's at least adding in additional spears. You know, it is a classic comp for Shushi and long feudals, right? Like, mass repeater crossbows has been one of the oldest, cheesiest constructs of AoE4 when you think about it. I'm plat, and if I get 2 or 16 sheep, it doesn't matter, in my opinion. I mean, you can argue that to a degree, but like the problem is, as you rank up a little bit, the sheep game decides the game, for sure. You know, it's fair to say what you're doing with a 16 sheep advantage versus what B or Lucifer's doing is completely different. In fact, the first game of the series proved that. You know, it was remarkably well played by B playing Pro Scout's Blockade, but the even bigger deal was the fact that he got a overwhelming sheep advantage to not need to Pro Scout themselves. Finally some wise words. Kill what the hell? Bro, you literally come on this stream and I teach you new things all the time, and I only am now using wise words. This guy. Also, Kill where are you on the bracket? Huh? I don't see you. When are you signing up? Finger injury? Is this like... Be honest though. I hope you recover if it's a real one. Is it a real finger injury, or is this just an excuse for when you lose against him on the ladder? Demo. Ooh. Does get a clip of it. Archer ship. Maybe a bit premature from B, but doesn't get through. Okay, so Sprung ship stays alive. The ball is bulking up. The army's in waiting. Lucifer, it's almost like he's just trying to allow B to overextend here. Repeater crossbows are quick killers onto galleys. Lucifer. Just going to cut reinforcements. I think this is the correct call. Like, don't fight your opponent where he's strong. Fight him where he's weak. And then scale. Wait, you injured your finger from clicking a mouse? From clicking a mouse? That's some serious gamer commitment right there. For a moment, I thought he was going to be like, yeah, I went climbing. And Lucifer, oh, he might be climbing the score with this move. Blocks out the gold. B. No good backup option. This one's far out of the base. Archer's trying to poke at it. We talked about the advantage for B being his mobility, but like when the fight is anchored like this, it doesn't really matter as much. Has got the right idea going to Horseman now. Needs a way of cheekily clearing out the limited spears Lucifer has on the front line. There is 10 here. Archers are getting an opportunity to clear them there. Horseman now of entry. The crazy thing is B never got any of the melee techs. Not even all pikes, actually. The Horseman's still going to be a great trader into the Chug. Spearman numbers are limited, but more are looking to reinforce. And the Horseman count being kept at 7 currently. But Lucifer is struggling to get the anti-cav out here. Only 1 Spearman in the fight. Archer's assisting the pushback. Just enough of them to one-hit kill the spears. Lucifer, he is going to commit in, but B is already denied any assistance coming the way. However, B himself is now struggling for food. He just ran out for shoreline fish. Lucifer, a little bit less painful. The extra berries is actually going the distance here. That extra 60 food a minute is helping him out so much in this situation. Lucifer will now look to, rally, maybe steer to the backside of the base. He might be checking the other gold soon. It would make sense. Really well played. Is making a mistake hanging around near the boats, though. This map looks kind of bad. I don't think it is. You probably just don't like boat play, I'm guessing. If you don't like boat play, then sure, you're just not going to like any map that has boats. Galago's pretty cool, though. Probably, alongside Ghost Lake, the best maps that you can get from Age of Mythology. Sadly, we can't really have Ghost Lake until we have unbuildable terrain. I really wish they'd add unbuildable terrain to Age of Empires 4. What a game changer it would be. I'm feeling confident now. B has got a big thrust of food coming in. Now, there is a concern here that actually B has back-to-back good food sources, so massing up Horsemen is feasible. Like, game is definitely not over right now. Lucifer is going to extend his own influence. Goes for fishing, but gets caught doing so. Great grab there by B. Denies the second dock. Whirlpool coming in. So many workers out here. I mean, the Prelate can't actually buff everyone. Funnily enough, B would have benefited from double Prelate pull over here. He's got 18 workers. Also, unbuildable terrain, literally what it sounds like. You can't build structures on it. So, Ghost Lake is a map in Age of Mythology. Similar to Kalauga. Kalauga is actually a map in AOM that was built in AoE 4 as well. But the map in Age of Mythology called Ghost Lake, the way it works is that there's a frozen lake in the center, which you cannot build on. So it creates a very different dynamic in the way that you build your bases out and how you move across the map, because there's no resources there, you can't build there. It's just a giant open no man's land to walk across. I have a problem coming on that food source. Archer ship could just about reach one or two of these deer. I think the boar is safe though. Oh, things looking good for B. And Lucifer's still in control, but compared to where B was 2 minutes ago, his position is becoming more sturdy. Just needs to get that horseman count higher. The other problem with the horseman here for Lucifer is it's just a raiding unit. Like, he doesn't have the same opportunity to raid. We've already seen the impact of that for B, getting the 4 worker kills. Lucifer not able to achieve any by comparison. Archer ship's now going to show up, but yeah, it just pulls a little bit deeper. So that means 1 deer, 2 deer are going to get denied. This one was almost cleared already. But the boar is safe. That's more important. Just going to have to keep an eye on this because the villagers will auto path over to the extra deer. And that could get them killed. But Archer ship in the meantime. We'll have to defend against the undefendable. Mass archers dive in. Shuts down the fishing. War junk is being ignored. That's intentional because of the ranged armor. It's the hardest thing to kill. Clears the easy targets. A little bit of an expensive dive. I mean, he lost, like, what, probably 4 or 5 archers, so not the worst thing in the world. Fishing bows are going to come in clutch for a repair here. There's still just too many archers, so War Junk will inevitably go down. Also, more of Lucifer's fishing. No reaction there as he's busy diving in. Horsemen do engage him. Expensive losses, unnecessary there, B. He's not in a position to really fight right now. He needs a little bit more time. Meanwhile, Lucifer is getting ready for Age 3. And wait, is that no wheelbarrow at 16 minutes? Come on. That's sinful. No wheelbarrow here from B. Means that the Chuganu move at the same speed. My, oh my. Not just that. Lucifer is not far off of hitting castle. Reminder, with this Civ, you can easily just rush into your upgrades. Always a frustrating point about this Civ, right? Just getting veterancy in 24 seconds is ridiculous. And I think that's exactly what we'll look to take. Mount Lu Academy now being built. B, after 16 minutes, now goes all pikes. I mean, there's just no tech up coming from him. So his only option is to win a fight. But the clock is not on his side, folks. Not against the tech speed of Shushi. Lucifer, he's already gathered up the gold necessary to get veterancies on both units. Tech up complete. Chug, veterancy in 20. Maybe the first thing engaged with the horseman jump in. Spin and get baited forward. If that upgrade comes through, everything is just melting. Lucifer, bit of a weird retreat. Lucifer, wait, what? Oh, the body blocking in those berries. Uncomfortable, but he will be fine. Ranged armor 2 also is what he prioritizes. So not the damage increase, which is quite surprising here. The Zugs. Lucifron. I think the Duke count's too high. This is it. He does 6 damage per bolt, 3 bolts each. So 50% damage onto the counter unit type. Doesn't sound good. B. They're just not going to survive this. He's actually overkilling the archers at the back. And even with that detail, it's not even close. Mass Shug. We don't often get to see it in pro games. But here's something relatable for the majority of casual players. The repeater crossbows kick ass. Zugzugs? Zugzugs. Always the Zugzugs. So Lucifer moves up to match point, which would be quite the accomplishment because I believe the last 2 KPMMs he lost, if I'm not mistaken, to B in quarterfinals. So it's 3-2. It was a comeback for B. So last week, if you guys remember, B was behind and they came back from 2-1 down. So it could still happen again. And the week prior, B 3-0'd Lucifron. So Lucifron's been on an improvement path. Could this now be the one to consolidate it? Does calling them repeater crossbows suggest they counter heavy units like normal bows? Not, I don't think so, really. Calling them repeater bows, is that not more confusing for people? I mean, we could use the word repeater bows, but I don't know. I feel like... Isn't it even called a repeater crossbow, I think? Would be curious on that one. Too certain a little bit. Please, Tooth, no hurt. Please. Alright. So apparently I'm probably not going to get hands-on with the thing we're doing a sponsor stream for tomorrow. Before the stream. The things they're sending me should arrive afterwards. Damn it. So I'll probably make a social post a little bit later today. When I do that, guys, do me a favor and make sure you like, retweet it, whatever. The better the social posts do, the better we can do getting sponsors to come in the future. I'll ping it out on the Discord as well. And I think Lucifron is still doing his full-time job, yeah. Okay, let's get ready for the next one. Let's see where the boils are taking us. It is going to be Mongols versus Ottos on front range. Don't think we've been seeing this matchup that much. These two civs, yes, but not directly clashing as often. Is front range there today? It was there the other day and then it disappeared. It is not there today on the map selection list. Weird. Not sure what's happening with Cal's system. It keeps appearing and disappearing. Because I definitely remember selecting it the other week. And now it's gone. Ah. Alright, let's go. Let's get predickies up. Actually, have we been having predictions? We have. Alright, let's get them resolved. Let's go for the next one. Boom. Wait, score's the wrong way around, isn't it? It's been his blocker every single week so far in the midweek muster. But he's on course. Improvement into win here. Lucifron fell twice in a row to B. Each time closer and closer. Could this now be the week where Lucifron is able to surpass the quarterfinals, to beat B, and to book himself a date up against his brother? Let's find out. Yes, game number 4, folks. Welcome back to the channel. We are going to be heading into front range here for an Ottoman-Mongol showdown. B getting one of the most obvious and desired civs for this map, while Lucifron takes still a pretty solid civ, but also something that feels like a kind of denial pick from B. B has been renowned for his Ottoman picks these years. this year rather. But Lucifer we haven't seen as much of with his absence from the competitive scene. Who came up the popularized House of Lancaster Lord's Hobbler meta? I'm not sure exactly where it began. Possibly it could have been... I mean, Mio Micah was pretty early to it, but I don't think he was first. I'd have to double check the recordings to see who was kind of like doing it first. Me! I actually did swear by that build on the test server. Like, I wholeheartedly believed in it. Yeah, it's like the Lord's build is like very, very toxic, very, very powerful. So, who's favored in this matchup? Because I feel like there's a little bit of a triangle going on between like what Mongol, Ottomans, Japan. I think Ottomans are really good against Japan. Japan has some potency against Mongols, and Mongols can actually do well against Otto. Yeah, the idea is around the Keshik timing and the early pressure, but you have to really hit that line. The tricky part is like you always want to be skilling archers, but Mongols are really good for that. It's a battle of auras. You've got the range, you've got the movement speed, whereas Ottomans get the armor / attack speed. We did get a military school beginning, which I agree with. The problem here is like you're kind of gambling on whether a Rax play is going to work. If your opponent has a TC placement that just secures all resources, you have nothing to attack. We did get a bit of an interesting one from B in that regard. Yeah. He chose to anchor on the gold fully. Could have went to the back corner here, actually, and secured 3 plus gold. Which, I'm not sure if B saw straight away. Maybe just felt too far off. Maybe he felt he needed more food. Because in fairness, like, if you set up the TC over here, you're nowhere near food supply. And food is very limited on this map. Remember, you only start with a possibility of getting 18 total sheep, but that's never going to happen. Usually you split it about 50-50, so 9 sheep apiece. Let's see. Predictions. What have the predictions come out as? Wait. Did they not get done? Alright, let me set that up. Scarecrow, you're a mod now. You're meant to do these things. That's right. You've been thrusted the responsibility unwillingly. So, Predicky's up. Get him in quick. Minaret Madras are on the way, so we're not going to be getting any trade shenanigans out of Lucifer, but that's to be expected. Trade's not really that popular of a build here for Ottomans. There's a few civs that can trade. I think the most notable one we've seen is 1 or 2 Mongol Silver Tree builds that look pretty good. Both golds on the south side, though. And B, he's opening with Mangadai. I mean, if Lucifer doesn't see this, it is a bit problematic. But the scout is nearby. He saw the archer range, so he knows. Does he, though? He backs away pretty early. Like, this could just as easily just be standard archers. Standard archers makes plenty of sense here. In fact, it's the thing that Mongols do the most on this map. I feel like trade network is worth for 240 gold per minute over just 4 vills on berries. It's a trade-off, right? Like, food is actually harder to come by, so most maps, Madrissa makes more sense because your gold isn't going to run out anytime soon. There would be an argument on this map due to the lack of gold. You only have 1.6k veins instead of 4k. But food can be just as much of a problem. If Lucifer felt like he wasn't going to get out of the base, food is the go-to because it gives your workers something to gather off of. The other important thing to remember here is it gives you burst. You gather food very fast with Mineral Dresser. You gather quicker than you gather on boar with villages. So it gives you a lot more burst potential into, in particular, Sipahi, which is the #1 most valuable unit the Ottomans can build. So yeah, it's pretty good. Magadai. Pretty good choice here. Idling out the gold. Follow-up is going to be now being to Keshik. So the idea, he's expecting a reaction to archers. But actually, Lucifer going Sipahi. I mean, either works, but archers defensively is quite nice. Just always scares your opponent away. The problem now with Sipahi is like Sipahi actually can fight Keshiks reasonably well, especially with the meta. And guys, it's a new Ottoman meta. What is that? Meta drums. We've only seen this once this month, and that was from Mister. Remember, this never gets seen anymore. It's the one that gives an increased movement speed. Yeah, so when you're in formation, which you can see here, you move at 1.44. It essentially gives you Yam movement speed. It's so rare. Most of the time, we're expecting the Imam point followed up by Anatolian Hills, especially on a map like this. Villager pulling away. It's not, especially against Magadai. Debatable. We've seen quite a lot of Ottoman games, maybe specifically against Magadai, but if you're trying to argue that meta drums is meta, I've got a backlog of 50 plus Ottoman pro games that suggest otherwise. We have seen this in 50 Ottoman games once, maybe twice. It is very rare. And saying just because SAS uses it doesn't mean everyone else uses it. That's like going, well, I mean, like, dude, Mister does 2TC Mongols. What, like, why is not everyone doing this? Doesn't make it meta because one person does it, but it makes it pretty cool here. Unfortunately, it's not going to be good enough. B has killed 3 workers already with this Magadai opening. That's brutal. And actually, like, kind of Lucifer's own fault. The Madrissa placement is questionable. Guys, with Madrissa, you usually want to place it on the south side of your TC, because then the villages are closest to the TC to enter. But he placed it away to allow room for the farms, and on the north side, which means these workers are insanely exposed. He just learned the hard way. Yeah, in terms of what we're seeing out of the majority pros in tournament games, right now the meta is heavily leaned towards the fieldworks. So the Imam healing is really, really powerful opening because in the early fights, it makes you unkillable, which allows you to trade very well. And then usually a follow-up is into Anatolian Hills or military campers, especially Anatolian Hills on this map. In fact, for Lucifer, there's an argument that the Anatolian Hills would have been better than the meta, because having the meta hasn't stopped him losing multiple workers, but the Anatolian Hills would have given his villagers safety to sit under the TC. Yeah, this game's getting hard, man. Lucifer, he started to get archer count up, but B, he's mirroring the play. And the reason why B has to mirror a balance of cav plus archers, if you go too much in one direction, the meta play has an obvious move. Just toggle melee if it's mass Keshiks, toggle ranged armor if it's mass archers. But when it's both, kind of divides the value for Lucifer. Puts him in a position where he might actually see more value out of the attack speed. Yeah, currently he's focusing on ranged armor, but that does mean that the Keshiks get to have a much easier fight. Madrissa should be rotatable. Nah, the moment you do that, people are going to start molding. Like, oh my god, why is it like... Why does it look so weird? Because if you think about it, like, if you were able to rotate buildings in general, they just don't look like the same building. And it just looks weird. And what's up, Euryles? Thank you very much for the sub, mate, and welcome back to Swarm. Reminding people, get those subs in! Still got more series coming today. Spy count looking pretty good for Lucifer now. With this meta, he does get an opportunity to be more focused on raiding with a movement speed. The Deerstone isn't being moved up aggressively, it's just being camped at home. Is B going castle? Feels like he's looking for castle age. Interesting. You think they originally meant for buildings to be rotatable? I guess they fought against it because of the nature of some building structuring. Like, some of them just don't look like the thing at all from the back, right? Like, some of them probably could, like the archery range. The archery range actually... Yeah, the archery range just kind of looks like at any angle. But like, did you know, like, wasn't there something in the files as well, Cavallo, about the things like the horses that they animated originally? Like, have you guys never wondered why there's just a horse standing there like that? It does seem a bit weird now that I say it, doesn't it? Burn for attempt on the wall. Villager to be pulled, and that might end up being -1 again. Gets him away just in time. We do have the Imam points now. So Lucifer has dodged what I'd say is the most popular point on front range, Anatolian Hills. Doesn't take the extra safe food, but he has walled up, right? So now he can play out towards flanks. Same with chickens? Yeah. I actually like the idea of the buildings animating when they work. Like, blacksmiths really should only animate when it works. That's a cool indicator as well for both players. Like, it's nice and immersive, but it also lets you know when your opponent's doing something. Instead of just having to assume all the time. Pretty sizable army, actually. B, he might get caught with his hand in the cookie jar here. Kurotai is on the way. Not complete yet, though. Yeah, but it's becoming kind of obvious, isn't it? The army's not getting any bigger. Lucifer now in position when he hears that tech up, but B has made the right choice. He goes Kurotai. Kurotai is great for defending after these greedy plays. Hasn't packed it up yet. I don't think he even has the pack up tech. B. Just trying to scare him away. Lucifer commits to the fight, though. It's going to be defense arrow activated. The Keshik incredibly tanky here. Lucifer ain't got a leg to stand on. This is pre-veterancy on the Keshik, and they are just munching through. We'll have to back off a little now. The Sipahi did stabilize him, but it came at a cost. The Metas go down. He also lost the Imams. Lucifer is not connecting to the backline quick enough here. And with the veterancy now on the Keshiks, he won't have a way. Man, that defense arrow came in clutch. Without that, I think the Keshiks just get wiped. But instead, now able to stand his ground here. Sipahi at least not being target fired down. So the Archer's dying first, but it's irrelevant. And so is this Kurotai, man. It's been here the whole goddamn time. I can't believe it didn't even get used. See? Maybe get some value out of it now. Yeah, because that means the archers do hit a little bit harder. The Keshiks are swept through. GG has been called. It's happening again. Another game 5. It could be Lucifer's biggest nightmare. Is he about to get swept in reverse? Or can he pull through? Can he actually book a date in the semifinals finally? Damn, that's cool. What do you think about animating the TC to some degree to make sure people can scout when KT goes next stage? That'd be cool. Just like have it erecting a flag, but you can't see what the flag is. So just like pings up a flag and it's like a black flag or something like that. Or a white flag because it's a French TC. I'm sorry, friends. So deciding game between these two. Yeah, I know. I try to correct myself and say reverse sweep. Calm your tits, Guts. Jeez. That's why I like leaned away from it as the statement went on. Jeez. Can't just give a boy a break. How's the tooth today? It's like there's a slight pain there. I think all the talking does make it worse. But I've got an appointment on Thursday. Really early in the morning. I'm going to be so freaking tired. So, Dry Arabia as the decider. Byzantines versus Japan. I don't know. I've been kind of getting convinced by Japan. The Voldemar versus Marine Law game really was something. The whole of the French military history is defined by 2 world wars. That's the thing. They remember you for the biggest one, you know? You waved a white flag? Yeah, but like we kind of like nationalized most of Europe and all that. No. You waved the white flag. Hey, what's up, Kaz Johan? Yeah, game 5 between WoW and Voldemar was ridiculous. Voldemar just had such a bad spawn as well. It's crazy it was that close. Like, we already flagged it as well. Some updates should be coming to Altai probably later in the week. Do I go for dinner after this one, or do I eat dinner cold? I mean, we can come back after dinner anyway. Because we need display cap, which I don't think I have. I haven't set that up on thingy, have I? Yo, what's up, Morty, mate? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. What up? Back at you. What up? I see what the problem is. I see where that scene didn't work. Let me try and set that up now for TikTok. This one? Yeah. Let's take that into display cap. Add video capture. Oh, that's not the one. Add video capture. That's the one. Sorry guys, I'm just sorting something for the TikTok stream for when we go and eat later on. There we go. That should link to this theme is it? Display cap scene. Window cap, that's what's called. Alright, there we go. That's what's later. Nice. Have to get that set up. Because last time when we switched to like video for eating later on, we had an issue where the TikTok stream crashed because they were like, "You have not been doing anything." But let's get ready to go. All right, in we go. It's happening again. The potential for B to once again upset every single time this guy gets to the quarterfinals. 3D Clans B is waiting, and he just keeps finding a way of slithering past him. Maybe now Lucifer can shut him down, though. Japan versus Byzantines is a matchup that I'm starting to favor Japan, especially after the way that Voldemar plays his Japanese up against Marine Lord's Byzantines. And it looks like we might get a familiar sight here, as the opening can be forced. Lucifer opens with the Dark Age Spearman, and B is already switching it up. Very Hippodrome play. Yeah, this is pretty much the way now. Byzantines, when they're up against Dark Age rushing civs, it used to be they just struggled, eventually felt like they lost because of Grand Winery just not being able to work. The times have changed now. My God, what is that spawn? I don't know whether to call this good or bad. I feel like I want to say this is bad. All gold in the back is not that useful unless you rush castle. Deer berries on the front. Other berries are really far out there in a weird way. This is such a weird spawn, though. I mean, is it going to be worth outpost rushing for Lucifer? Because here's the thing. He scouted. He sees the berries being gathered. A villager hasn't been pulled yet, so he stopped at 2 spearmen. We shouldn't be seeing an outpost rush here from Lucifer. And predictions are neck and neck. 55% for B to win. 45% for Lucifer. Tight. Exactly what I would have expected here. I mean, these two have really just gone the full distance, haven't they? Back and forth clash that's just continuously delivering between the two. An Imperial Hippodrome now on the way up from B. Yeah, so just sets himself up nice and sturdy to go into probably Horseman Lombo usually look at here. But Japan's are not bad at answering this, right? I think in the If I'm not mistaken, the Voldemar game, we saw mainly a focus on Spear Yumi, which was... It seemed a bit questionable at times, but absolutely worked out for him. Curious to see if Similo is going to be leaned towards here. Spearman just still trying to be annoying, but it's just like ultimately very difficult to stop this. B could have been a bit more optimal though. Yeah, he didn't eat the close berries last because he could have been safe in TC range. So there is a bit of annoyance from this Spearman. There's a little micro battle between the two. And yeah, you see Lucifer as he's being very, very careful with that almost dead spear. The age up. Does he open archery? Probably not. You don't really want to be doing archery range. You've got enough for the Merc house, so you just go straight up into Lombos with Horsemen. Lucifer, what's he going to be doing? It's only 2 on gold. A lot shifting over to wood. So following up production. I think we've got a high probability of maybe stables here. Like, stables isn't a terrible idea against Hippodrome. Because then it's Horseman v Horseman, and although the Hippodrome, remember, gives +4 damage temporarily to ponies, the difference is Japan can get a permanent extra damage. They get an extra melee tech, and then they get Bannerman to give them an extra 1.5. So it's not as good as Triumph Hippodrome, but the idea is that Triumph Hippodrome in the early mid-game is kind of a one-timer. You don't often see people get multiple good Triumph usages in the Feudal Age. And thank you for getting the prediction set up, mods. Good lads. My unsung heroes. Wait, actually, that's not true. I just sung about you. I praised you. Great. Now you've just... too much sung heroes. That's the problem. I shouldn't have started this. The issue is the moment that you give them recognition and praise, it never stops. You know, it's like a beast you have to keep feeding. So really, what you want to do is just neglect them from the start. If you neglect them from the start, there's never expectations. You know? Level 2 wheelbarrow coming in. But does Lucifer think he can get onto berries? I mean, he's moved out now. The weird part is it's against Hippodrome, so it kind of feels like you're now at the vulnerable point. I think at least you could have probably rushed water and just straight up went farmhouse at the beginning, actually. It's always awkward because like rushing to water is difficult because of the wood cost on the tech when you go racks opening. Because you go racks, spears, that's a lot of wood already. So I think that was his problem. Like, he always wanted to be berries because it's just a great gathering rate. At this point, he's gathering from berries 50% quicker than standard, which exceeds sheep and deer. Yeah, it's kind of funny, actually. The Sultan's Ascent expansion introduced an absurd amount of berry-focused civs. You had Shushi that were obsessed with it for the meditation gardens early on. You had Byzantines that were obsessed with it for the olive oil. Japan was secretly obsessed because of the wheelbarrow tech. Ibids was one of the berry buffing civs. That one's obvious. And that left us with, like, what, 2 civs that didn't care about berries? The Order of the Dragon and Shushi. Oh, not Shushi, sorry. I just said that. Who am I forgetting from Sultan's Ascent? I blanked a civ. Oh, Jeanne d'Arc. Yeah, we don't care about her. Yeah, Jeanne doesn't really care about berries. Javelin contract from Byzantines. Wait, what? I was not expecting that. No, considering your opponent had racks and you're worried that he could maybe go into Spearman, you would have thought Lombos. Like, Lombos plus Horseman is a really good complementary force. So this puts B in a weird position where he might have to go Archers. Because otherwise you don't have a spear counter here. You went jabs to the Castle Camels? But sure, like, it makes sense against Japan because the debuff is actually a big deal. But the problem there as well is when you play like this, without Grand Winery, you're not efficiently scaling the olive groves. So mass camels is definitely not a viable strat. It could be interesting to see the Triumph buff on. I'm just a little bit surprised because it does in theory leave you quite weak now. And there you go. He is going to fill in the gap. Yeah, this is what I was waiting for. Like, normally, you kind of tick the different boxes. Actually, sorry, I'm being an idiot. He needs Limitane. My brain. Oh, my God. Why? Wait, why not Limitane? Does he not expect Lucifer to just mass cav against him? I mean, in fairness, we mentioned archers because it does make sense. There is a Rax. There could be things coming out of there you haven't answered. So for those unfamiliar with Byzantines, the usual couplings is if you go for horsemen, you go lombos. And if you go for Limitane, you go javelins. Because that gives you a very healthy 1-2 counter comp. But if you go horseman Limitane, you end up countering weed. Like, your opponent, you build spinman for horseman, your opponent would have a reason to build horseman. So if you go horseman javelin, you kind of have the same issue where both of them are ranged counters. So if you're building 2 unit types, your opponent's building 2 unit types, you're not often getting efficient value there. But yeah, he is going back for it now. So it's going to be 1-1-1-1. Everything. 4 worker kills there. My God, Lucifer, he got a strike in. I mean, this is a pretty good position just to go castle with. I was so distracted by the weirdness of like B's composition. It's not usual to see this. I can get additional outposts up. Doesn't want to hemorrhage more after that initial strike. This feels like it could be a very quick game. 4 workers is a pretty big deal at this point when you're rushing castle. And it's just so much fort food. I don't know, like this spawn, this build, there's a lot of questions that B needs to answer. Now an assault towards the outpost. Clutch move there. Goes for Presidium. He minimizes the damage. That was a sick little play. FB. It's going to be a struggle to actually get his troops in position quick enough otherwise. So does save himself from losing additional workers. Horsemen are still prowling the field. The Hippodrome has not been used for the Triumph yet. Lucifer already getting the wall up on the gold. Just give himself a little bit of padding, some protection. Berry workers? We'll be fine. Had to be very careful because B wants those worker kills. He went for Expilatores, so he does in fact kill workers in 5 hits. Yeah, especially interesting considering Lucifer went for melee tech 1 defense, but will still lose the workers in 5 hits due to the fact that you do 11 damage per strike reductions. And also get paid a pretty penny. Lucifer now paying a pretty penny to get up. Castle on the way. So wait a second. Am I blind or we not had more of the... Did I miss it? Has the AMD thing not been popping up? Click it when it comes up. I guess you guys have just been big chat boxes. Love to see that. There's that link. Click that glorious link. While we wait for this tech up to rush up, let's take a moment to appreciate that he's only building this up with what looks like 5 cores. But you need to keep in mind that cores usually have double the threads. There is another 5 workers. There's actually more than 5 hidden behind this tree. You just don't see it in action. But how about this? 13, I can up you. 16 threads if you go get yourself a 9700X AMD processor. You could be quicker than this floating gate, which has taken longer with its add integration. All right. How are we looking back at base? We've got the groves coming through. B is going to be a lot slower on the age timing. Lucifer already upgrading the horseman. Game strat looks really good for him right now. Dive coming in. Workers. Gonna get idled up there. Ay, ay, ay. He needs this food as well, right? He's got no berries behind the base. No sheep back at home. Expilator is not going to be able to save you from this. No, the Veteran Sea Horseman just wins out. Even with the Acrotois, not enough armor. And at this point, the Expilator only works on the workers. So we're talking about 10 damage versus 14 with the Uma. So basically, if you use Triumph, you do the same damage as these Japanese horsemen right now. This is problematic. And guys, it can get better. Lucifer hasn't actually primed the melee techs. He's only got level 1 melee tech. Also, let's keep in mind that this is meant to be the force you don't care about. This is the thing you don't need. These horsemen are like, whatever. What matters is what's coming next. Mountain Samurai starting to come out. Tech up now on the way. It's going to be the Golden Horn Tower. Goes for the expected. And has got the level 5 system, so he will be able to rush out mercs every 1.5 minutes for free. He's still just not able to find kills. It's kind of crazy that he played Hippodrome Triumph, Expilator as Horseman. His opponent played Pocket Resources out of the base, and yet still, B achieves 0 worker kills while Lucifer has 9. That doesn't seem right, man. That's not how this matchup is meant to work. B also has Cataphracts coming, but he's so far behind the cat count. Now the Yuumi switch up on the way from Lucifer. Even with that Vil count, Biz can compete. Yep, because of the system effect, 26% more. But where he's going to start falling behind here is the efficiency around level 2 Daimyo, which shouldn't be too far away, right? And then on top of that, you're going to have to contest all the relics. Yeah, definitely not feeling safe yet if you're B. Dive in here, Horseman again. Just trying to idle up what they can find. Will actually be able to micro off. Nicely done there. Lucifer splits off one Horseman. The worker kill. Adds another 3 notches to the belt. But he's not done yet. Lucifer is in his best form when he's able to raid. And you're what's better than 1 raid? 2, 3. Why stop there? Other worrisome part is that B doesn't see the next wave, the Yuumi. He might anticipate it. Yuumi Mounted Samurai is hardly a shot combo. It's the most obvious combo that the Civ does. But without confirmation, you may be over-leveraging to one type, under-calibrating to the other. Jabs are looking good for him, though, mainly just because the RNG rolls. Golden Horn Tower just keeps pumping them, so it will keep him at a decent counter deal with the Yuumi. I'm imagining Lucifer's going to be Yorishiro dropping the TC next. He's already done the archery range plus the stables, so no economy. Normally, 3rd, Yorishiro, and 4th. One of those two tends to go in the town center, which is really important here because of the Byzantine systems. Otherwise, they can just keep competing with economy. You need to try and find a way of just getting ahead, and there it is. Yeah, 3rd one goes in. Lucifer's still waiting in the corner. Might work out nicely, actually. 2nd gold's going to put B further out of the base. Japanese horsemen recently feel kind of strong. It's because they're vetted here, right? You actually put the value on veterancy. In Feudal, they have their value because of the extra melee tech, but the thing that really helped Japan shine is when they made a change towards the start of the year where they improved horseman animations so they attack a bit cleaner. Ever since that, they've been looking more solid. Horseman. Ooh. Dove in a bit early, but still gets another worker kill. Oh my god. And on the other side, come on, give him something, anything. This dive connects with 0. He even loses the cataphract. He's at least going to chase this down this time. He really believed that Lucifer just went home with those horsemen. They've been dangling in the corner the whole time. B still does not have a single camel coming out. The RNG's reaching the point where it's a bad thing. You're up against almost 20 Mounted Samurai and you do not have a debuff. This is an ugly sight. It's going to make the fight really difficult. Even if you had 2 camels, mind you, there's 34 Yuumi. So you die pretty fast to that. Kind of feels like you need 4 or 6. There you go. He's actively queuing now. Oliver's not great for it, though. Yeah, unless he RNGs a second roll here. Maybe. Seconds until we find out. Range damage to us on the way. I mean, B, guys, there's actually, like, how could I not remember? There's an easy way that B wins this game. Where are the Mangonel emplacements? Oh, we built Arislets. Oh. Yeah, without Mangonel emplacements, it's really hard. Okay, but there we go. We got it, baby. 1 Mango Tower. This is a Byzantine win. You think I'm memeing? I've seen some things. Lucifer starting to posture aggressively now. Fortress raids. Now it looks like an all-in. Mango Tower is also frustratingly located. Thor protects the town center against a full dive. Matane just chasing this away. Cataphract's poking at it. Wallow, denial on the flanks. Needed to do that. Lucifer, that was going to be the 4th relic home. The Mango Tower, he's not really respecting it with this dive in from the Yuumi. Baits him out. Camels need to really be target fired down here, but he's still just sacking the spearmen. Yuumi just don't seem to care about getting rid of that aura. He thinks there's more value in removing the spears first. I think this is going to be full back away, though. You don't really want this fight without the Uma Bannerman, because now the debuff is actually felt. But Lucifer, B is not going to let him get away. Dives right on top of the Cataphract. Reduces the army. And is able to now push out the base. Holy crap. And all of this without Triumph. Dude, why do people always forget about this ability? Oh my god. The Cataphract's just getting no buff to damage. No heal. I mean, it's not just the Triumph. I've seen this with Temple of the Sun's the other big one. Shushi and Imperial Age. A lot of people just forget to toggle that building. I think you just need to get into a habit of putting it on a separate control group. So press the win button. A bit frustrating now, considering that B lost, what, I think 3 or 4 of the Cataphracts at least. Did reduce Lucifer's count for a moment, but the rebloat is crazy, man. Already back up to the 15 Mat Samurai mark. Yuumi line like it never disappeared. Villagers also not doing anything. What's going on? This is over. B, there's no reaction. Surely that's it. I mean, he lost what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably 5? Well, if there's any Civ that can do it, Byzantines is one of them, right? With the buff, have got a lot more workers technically. Lucifer is just so far ahead at this stage. Daimyo level 2 unlocked. More farms coming in. Let's finish the pocketed resources. Lucifer does know about the board, doesn't care for it. Just going to pull back home. Look to prep more farms. Man, reminder, Triumph stops at 46 charges. It's meant to be 45, but it's like the way that the ticket, like the way it counts, you can technically get one up. And well, there we go. Okay, B says I'm not done yet. Cataphracts, get the buff. Good sniping. Takes out the camels first. Remember, Yuumi just treated as an enabler here. He wins the fights based on Mat Samurai, which is why it's so unfortunate that B didn't have Triumph for the bigger fight. Yeah, also kind of a worrisome usage. He's not really getting many kills out of this. He's got 1 ticket on standby, guys, like this. So, he gets 46 seconds of usage. He doesn't really win the fight. And now he's down to 1. New Japan have a force seppuku become Dishonored? Probably not. Have you not noticed that Microsoft kind of intentionally steers away from those type of things? Because otherwise, like, why don't we just go away from the Mango Tower? Let's go away from the Mango Tower. Moosite, why don't we just have a, like, execute one of your units to inspire the others type stuff? Mad Samurai. I dodged out. The Cataphract just jumped to the other side of the fight. I don't think B is actually dead yet. Like, economically, he looks like he's in shambles. But militarily, Lucifer just threw away the house, man. What? He's down to 6 samurai. Army value now in favor of B. 3 sacred sites locked in, but Japan is probably the second hardest civ to get sacred site victories with, just behind Mongols. Because they don't have castles in Castle Age. I can't believe this. I mean, B is going to be a miracle worker if he achieves this. He still has big problems though, right? Like the food is what I'm looking at. He's dry, so he needs mass olive groves now. Even with bad, terrible fights from Lucifer, like it doesn't matter when you've got this much food income. 2,000 food income per minute mark has been broke. He's using some temporary food sources to do so, but the farms are taking over, while B now needs to spam mass farms. They must have heard I want to go eat, and they're like, well, we can't let KP do that. So you guys are just like, your mentality is wrong, right? Like a lot of you are like, oh man, yeah, oh, look at this. It's a 35 worker lead. You know, you got to spin the perspective. Oh, wow. He has 86 villagers. I have 50. That's more workers that I could kill. Right? Or another way is, oh, wow, I've got less workers. That's less workers for me to lose. That's also harder for him to find my workers because there's less of them. It just all makes sense. What maybe doesn't make that much sense is Onabugeisha into Cataphract. That's a really bad matchup. Is it for the Javs? I mean, technically it's someone that you can raid in with. But it's a little bit weird, guys. Onabugeisha hate Cataphract because it's a heavy cav. And it's also a heavy cav that gets more armor, remember. Like teardrop shields, right? Like you've got 7 melee armor. This Bugeisha buffed up only do 11 damage. Also, Bugeisha tend to thrive on surrounding, but you can just jump out of bad situations with Cataphract. If Lucifer has the count, sure. But, whoops. I like how he just sends the Yumi to deal with the Cataphract. Pay attention to us, Papa. Oh my god. Well, this Cataphract, if he kills one more, he's paid for himself, no? Katas are 330, Yumi are 55. Actually, no, he wouldn't even be close. Yeah, that's a bad trade. Castle the Crow now on the way, though. I mean, Lucifer has just been like, okay, fine. You've got Mango Towers. I'm not going to rush you. I don't need to rush you. We said that you can't build castles until you're imp, which makes sacred sites hard for this civ. That's not been fixed. And an interesting placement. Castle the Crow locks in the 8k. Norso immediately gets in the trade caravan for almost full value. Generating over 1,500 resources from this. Farm's now coming in from B. I think the nice thing about being up against Castle the Crow is it gives your opponent less late game than going for Tanegashima. And yeah, you can get close to 2k of max, but you need to be traveling, I think, a third of the map to achieve that. But just, guys, just like, he's getting 1,500 for that. For that. Like, it's almost on the same screen. Like, that is a good deal. A really good deal. I just went for the raid. Discover rocket launcher, and they'll eventually discover rocket launcher town. How does this end? Because B's stuck. I think he has to win a really big fight before being able to age up. Where's from? We talked about Bugeisha feeling weird against Cataphract, but these are now elite. They have 13 damage. Yeah, and circumstances change, right? The count is crazy. They're just going to march in. The ladies are going crazy. He's even got melee tech 4 on the way. The front line is disintegrating. Javelins are just overkilling. And they have to, or they underkill instead. And the Cataphracts just can't hold the line. No, Bugation start to break in. And yeah, wave 1's going to die. But here's the thing. We said Seppuku ain't allowed in this game. But this is the closest it gets to it. Just sending these people into their death. In what feels like the millions. There's already another wave of 30. I can't believe he's doing this against emplacements as well. This is pre-Oda tactics. So if he just pretty much beat B's army senseless with the first wave. And I'd call it being senseless. Like, yeah, B's still standing, but like this unit should not do well against armored units. It done fine. Now with Oda tactics on the way, how do you do this? Geisha. The other problem is the Cataphracts. Like, wait, B, have we been using Triumph? No, again! There's no healing, there's no damage increase, no movement speed. The Cataphracts are just a non-factor. They're all practically dead. This is just going to be a Zerd to kill. He hasn't even locked in all the sacred sites. Uber is the absurd part. And yes, he's finally realized, okay, I can do this all day, but let's maybe, just maybe deal with the towers. I don't know why you'd think that way, though, Lucifer. Like, you've got Oda tactics. That gives bonus torch damage. Just do that. Nagyari. So he's going to be going Spear plus Bugation, which is fine. B doesn't have anything that Spears get countered by, right? Like, technically, the answer is meant to be now you mass archers to contest all this, but it doesn't really work that way against Bugatia. Small count, yes, but when Bugatia are high on count, it's very hard to just say my archers will kill them. You need some sort of solid front line. And that's now where B has a problem, because if he was going Varangian, he'd have that. Cataphract's not so much. Is it happening? 3 weeks in a row between these two. Each time, Lucifer improving. B, one of the most consistent presences in semi and grand finals in KPMM history. But here in week 6, may have met his match. Double bombard now. Nice wall, Lamau. He's got more outposts, more emplacements, but the problem is now with bombards, they are not his saving grace anymore. Lucifer isn't going to try to win this game the hard way. He'll take the easy win. Double bombard, 2 hits, you pretty much kill a fortified tower. And B, just, I don't understand how this has happened, man. Well, it's Cataphract, right? Like, already 2 4K veins gone. No gold really sitting in the bank. I think he struggles to find an age up here. Bombards. Target the next Mango Tower. Forces the commitment. B tries to charge in, but he can't trample Siege. Not with Spears. That's also the genius of this. Not just the Nagyari. It blocks the trample on, and it blocks B out here. Lucifer with a 3-2 victory books himself into the semifinals for the first time in Season 2. Golf clappers. Able to make it work. What did we say we were going to call that one? I'm trying to remember now. There's something in the early game I said about... Yo, what's up, TZ? Thank you very much for the gifted subs, mate. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. Everyone enjoy those subs. Pay it forward. Make sure you renew it yourself afterwards. Oh, someone I said that would make the perfect tile, but I can't remember what it was. I guess we'll go every week he fails to beat this player. Yeah, every week he fails to beat this player. There we go. It's a nice one. Fits nicely. Okay, guys. So, I don't know. Did Emma say there's food? All right, my food is ready, but do not fear, citizens, for I am here. When we return, we have got Sas Myriad, we've got Dumu Scatterbrained, and then we've got the Vortex series. So we'll be able to cast those. So, short break while I go eat some food. Hang around. It does support the channel. It helps get those numbers up. So feel free to watch the game. I'm going to put a game up for you guys. It should be an entertaining one from the YouTube channel. I mean, they're all good bangers, right? Like, we only upload quality games after all. It's just in our blood, our DNA. So, yeah, that is going to be a 3-2 victory for Lucifer. When we return, we'll check in on Dumu Scatterbrain. We'll check in on the Sasmir Red and Vortex side of the bracket to see who he's going to be facing up against. So, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it. But for now, let's give you something to enjoy. What should we give you? I think what we'll put up for now. Ah, dude, my tooth is actually hurting a bit. Holy crap. Okay, that one's way too long. Ah, good old ridiculous Cargonet game. One of the most outrageous. Saw this Civ on this map.
This one kicked off an entire meta of fast imping, and it was vile to watch. We've got Numadon on the Mongols for game number 1 on good old Atacama. Oh my. And on the other side, Warspite. I mean, this in theory should be a good matchup. He's got the Chinese coming out here. Yeah, interesting one, actually. Like, China used to really suffer in the early days against Mongols, and then they discovered they could actually build spearmen, and all of a sudden, Mongols were scrambling with what to do. In more recent times, this Civ only cares about one thing and one thing only. Can you guys guess what that one thing might be? Yeah, it's Imperial Age. Like, these guys are obsessed, unhealthily obsessed. Like, I feel as if we get into almost any Mongol game nowadays, and even if they were trying to play full feudal, at some point, we are inherently going to question, are they trying to go Imperial Age? Because it just feels so good overall. And it can make sense in this matchup, I think. Like, China's a very difficult civ to all in these days, I feel like. They used to be easy to do that against, actually. Like, China's weak point used to be in the feudal age where you could overwhelm them. But ever since the Imperial Academy changes, like, this civ has just been looking well-rounded with barely any true clear weakness. If you guys haven't seen Atacama before, by the way, this map's pretty simple to follow. You've got a big fat tree line in the center. You don't tend to be that close to it, unless you're Mongols, of course. And then you've got sacred sites and trade posts in neutral territory, both sides. So very widespread, quite difficult to get a sacred site victory, but possible. And a lot of open territory, right? You have to really push for that center if you want to feel safe. It's not like Dry Arabia where you get this very big tree line that makes you feel like the whole world has been insulated away from you behind a layer of bubble wrap. By the way, final week of this, remember? Winner of this goes up against Gully. Gully Deckle versus Numadon would be a rematch. Gully Deckle versus Warspite, I believe, would be a first. I think Warspite hasn't been as present in these weeklies. And someone's asking, like, why does it say final 2 days? Because this is the final midweek muster. We ran a circuit of 30 weeks. And you know what, guys? We done 31 because I basically reached into my own pocket to fund the midweek All-Stars over Christmas. So yeah, at this stage, it's time to announce my retirement from Age of Empires 4. I'll be taking up a luxurious career as a Doki Doki Universe streamer. Just kidding. I might hang around. But if you guys want me to hang around, you need to click those links whenever they pop up in chat like they just did. So Mongols were 15. Oh, sorry. China were 15. And then, what, 13 sheep? A pretty even split all around. In fairness, though, the deer are really close. And Numu, yeah.
You can see the greed in his eyes, right? It's already past your opening. Honestly, I don't think it was necessary unless you wanted to be ultra greedy here. Because, like, technically, you could just deer shove. It's a really easy spawn to deer shove. You only get, what, 5 in the first stack? The 7 stack is meant to be a little bit further away. But you have to remember, like, technically, Numenor was meant to start his TC here. He moved it forward, so it's basically all in range already. Gonna become a painting stream with your 40k army? Ooh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on a sec. You guys think I can afford a Warhammer 40k army? Do you know how expensive those figurines are? Dude, you're high. You're high as a kite. Yeah, like, I don't make beastie streamer money, man. I'd have to do a subathon just to be able to afford one of those starting armies. Especially with the way that prices are going on those things. So Warspite. I guess we're looking at pro scouts here. Definitely by the gold gathering. Just kind of makes sense. Other side of it, Numenon's gathering with 2 on gold. We have got Magadai. Yeah, and this makes sense. Magadai is a pristine block of the pro scouts play, actually. This got discovered a while ago. Like, actually, mid-season 9, I believe it was. People really woke up just how good they were. I think in particular when we saw the Kalauga map, if you guys remember, people were like, oh wow, yeah, these are a great counterplay unit. They just are able to deny so much equity on the map. And also, like, the added benefit is that by going Magadai and forcing pressure on your opponent, forcing them to get defensive, reactionary, it enables you to be more greedy. Especially when you consider the way that most people would counterplay Magadai is archers. Archers is not a mobile army. Archers is not going to be able to siege into a base easily. Not unless you build a lot of them. And most people against Magadai, they don't want to mass archers. They want to build, like, 8, 9, maybe 10 to hold back what they know is going to be a small group. That being said, Warspite has gone the way of Horsemen. Horsemen's a bit more tricky unless you build a decent chunk of them. Because technically the Magadai can actually just outrun you with the Khan's assistance. Without the Khan, they're screwed. But with the Deer Yamstone, this play, I think people discovered this about, I want to say it was 3 months ago. It really started to happen more frequently. It's always good to move the Deerstone forward for Magadai, sure. But it turns the counterplay of Horsemen into something quite trivial. Like, you're barely ever able to touch them. A little bit of an ambitious dive here, though. We'll have to back up for now. And Warspite is adding in quite a few Horsemen. So I imagine we're going to be seeing, what, like 4, maybe 5? You could react with Keshix if you're Numu, but I think his goals lie elsewhere. They lie in the greed. And he's already actively gathering the deer out on the map. Who was it who done this first on Atacama? I think the fast Mongol build. Yeah, it was Lash versus Miyamika. Miyamika were Mongols, and you had Lash and Malians. And it was a game that just kind of stuck in your brain. It's when we woke up to just the absurdity of how good and how fast the Imperial build could come in. Make no mistake about it, folks. Greed is the objective. He's already prepping for the castle. And look at the movement speed now. Look at the toxicity of this as well. Like, this is what makes them so good. I think the big change that really just, you can't overread it, actually, is the Khan and his Falcon. More than that, the fact that the Khan's hunters also give Falcons. Right now, without even going for a second scout, Numenor has a 100% uptime vision on an area in the map. And that means you can just snipe over the tree line. Like, that really was the difference maker. Before this, Mongol players would have needed an outpost in position to be able to see into a tree line, or a Khan to run around the side, right? And that has multiple issues. Extra micro, extra, units to focus on in risky positions, time taken. But with this new generation of Khan play, like, you just press a single button, and you're already shooting the thing you want to kill. We talked about this Deerstone now, right? Like, it's very important that Numenor doesn't get too far away. Warspite is trying to cut him off from retreating towards it, though. Now, look at the movement speed. The Yam. All movement speed makes him quicker than the Horseman, and the movement speed arrow is going to allow him to full kite. Keep in mind, this is all without Stilled Arrow, by the way. So although the damage wasn't wild necessarily, it was good enough to deter. And with a Kurota on the way, this now gives him the option to get Veterancy into Magadai, where it'll really start to hurt Warspite. Yeah, and Warspite, like, think about what he sacrificed to this. He got all these horsemen out. You can say it like was necessary to scare his opponent away. But the trade-off now is that all of a sudden you don't have much pro scout, right? Like, I guess it's like the close deer means 2 is not too bad. So maybe he doesn't care about that. And in fairness to him, he is mirroring the castle play. Yeah, I think actually like Warspite, weirdly enough, like at first I wanted to kind of hate this play, but the map probably makes sense of it. If he'd done this on Dry Arabia, this would be kind of disastrous, right? Like only 2 scouts would be pretty rough. But on maps where the deer spawn's so close, it does make a lot of sense. And love that from Numadon. He intentionally puts the Khan behind the formation to try and save lives. Warspite, a little bit slow on using the A-click there. And there we go, the Khan. Because remember, that this is just a free unit. Maneuver speed arrow was then coming off cooldown though. So a bit expensive. And the Magadai, they are going to get some reinforcements arriving now. The Keshiks are getting in here. He's going to reach the outpost. And that's going to force Warspite away. Okay, so cool idea by Warspite, but did it really pay off? He built 8 horsemen, was that? He killed, what, Khan plus, I believe, 2 Magadai and a Khan Hunter. You've still invested substantially more in the horsemen, right? If Warspite intends to keep using them, it's kind of okay. Otherwise, like, it's kind of a sunken cost type thing. I guess you can use them as part of a dive with Lancers. But after he sees Keshiks, he just prepped an archery range. And he is vetting the horseman. Kind of funny how Mongols can park a whole landmark in your base. Oh yeah, like nothing will beat the signature move in a Malian Mongol matchup of dropping your deerstone in the ranch. Like that. That is still to this day the alpha play. I think we had Louis do that. B's done that as well in the midweek musters. When you see it, it just actually looks dirty. Okay, so Warspite upgrades the horsemen and commits to knights. This is actually a good idea, though, because of what Numadon's doing. Numu's going into crossbows. I'm trying to think, is like crossbows always the way you go with Mongols like this? I feel like sometimes we see them actually just go Keshik Magadai. So there was a little bit of assumption in this idea from Warspite. But it is definitely paying off. And with ranged armor too, could enable him to start diving a TC. Important to do because Numadon, looking at the macro, he definitely is interested in the idea of just going into the Imperial still. Because, you know, like every Mongol player is interested in that idea. It's literally what they live for. Looks like we got some output, some walls rather going up. Which just makes sense. There's still Magadai in the play, and obviously, like quite often, we do see Mongols add in another 2 or 3 Magadai just to pad themselves at this age, if needs be. That was deafening. I thought I actually adjusted the volume, but apparently not. And Warspite confirms that his opponent is rushing relics, right? So now he's able to kind of steer towards these while going for them himself. Has he scouted them, though? Yes. He's got all relic locations known. One's already on the way home, about to be banked for Numadon, though. And he's got a second one to be grabbed. This one is also well guarded, so it's looking like at least 3 relics at this pacing for Numu. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about Warspite doing this. I get the idea the Deerstone's really annoying, but you know that it's going to be a relic rush game now, so standing here and wasting all this time on a Deerstone feels pretty pitiful. And he's going to finally be moving across. They have a weird timing, but that's actually aligned quite nicely. So he will find the monk coming back. Whoops. Numu, you do the screw it wall, all right. You know you're dead anyway. So nice to know. Warspite, with his own monk, should be looking to move out towards those deeper relics now. He has really good map control, actually. Like the cavalry is really threatening for Numu. He's gone mostly crossbows, which means he shouldn't really be coming out the base, especially with the fact that he's trending towards him. Crossbows. So one thing we actually didn't talk about is this is a Kurotai build, which is very unusual. It's working out quite nicely to deal with these Lancers. He actually mobs them up. Yeah, Khan draws a lot of the aggro away. Well played there. Reaches the TC. Horseman's going to be a little bit annoying, but in terms of like value exchange, it kind of feels like it's at least been one Lancer for one crossbow, if not better. It's a great trade there, but very unusual, really, what Numi done here. We don't see Kurotai often with these fast imp builds. It slows down your timing by like an extra minute, usually at least. But if you can make it work, this makes you absurdly powerful in the late game. It also actually makes you harder to dive once you reach Imperial Age. Most Mongol players rush step redoubt and they rush outpost emplacements to protect themselves. Now, Numenon's still going to presumably have those outpost emplacements, but it means his army is going to pack a lot more punch. You can already see there, right? He's doing 25 damage with a crossbow shot. That's like gilded crossbow levels of damage. Oh, wait, did he get the... He didn't even move all the way back. This is like one of those weird kind of freaky scenes where you look at a statue and you look away and you look back and it's moved again. This is the weeping angel of Age of Empires 4. Let's fight now onto the ball. And has he run out of food that quickly? Oh, he has. Really badly so. He's got a lot of idle villagers here. He doesn't realize. There we go. Pulls them away now. This is tough, though. Like, having to switch board at this stage when your opponent's about to go into Imperial Age. If he rolls Knights on the first time, or Palace Guard, you're in a pickle. So relics are at least something that might go Warspite's way. There's still one over here. Numenor didn't scout it. I thought so. Yeah, he hasn't picked it up. That was the obvious one for him. The Kagana is the obvious play, folks. At 50 economy, this is quite the inflation to your economy in terms of raw unit production. And that's not good. But like, it's fine, guys. It's just gonna take 35 seconds, and then Numenor is gonna roll a Hui Whip out. Please don't. God, that could actually just like end the game. Dive's gonna come in. Kurotai's already set up though. Villagers stand their ground. We have got a cannon placed on the way, but that takes 40 seconds. Sheaves are going to be brought out, but there's no textiles on the workers. A little bit of an awkward defense here, actually. Yeah, and starting to cost him. Look at the worker kill. Stacking up 11 and going up still. Remember, if it was just horsemen, you could kind of get away with this, but this is outrageous to attempt against lancers. Still 2 of them left in the formation. That's an 18 worker kill count and rising. Numenor. Where's the textiles? The Nesta bees as well, man. Like, that is the biggest spit in the face you can imagine here. Worthless and dead. Horsemen take it out. And despite the Kurotai, the damage buff and the health is nowhere near good enough here. Numu, the cannon placement finally completes, but at what cost? It's 26 worker kills now. Warspite is ahead by 30 eco. Which, by the way, is more than making up for Karganet's effect. And more villagers still to fall. More reinforcements coming in. This is getting ridiculous. Oh, God. Yeah, imagine you spent 17 minutes of your life just to die like this. Like, surely that's GG. Warspite, he's prepping more lancers. I think, like, actually, in a weird way, just getting a forward siege workshop makes sense here. Because the outposts are actually threatening with the cannon placement. It hits really hard. The time being, he's going to reset. Moves across to deal with Deerstone. Has not moved out for that final relic still. Maybe he just assumes that Numenor took it. We can see he never did. We do have Military Academy on the way, so this is going to be Numenor's clutching at straws here. Military Academy does work on the Karganet. Ramps up production quite a bit. He has got some PG, which is a nice frontliner. The Magadai follow-up is also quite nice because they come out elited and yeeted. But at this stage, this just kind of feels like Warspite's game to lose. He does need to start thinking about farms soon, or he goes for an all-in. Those are like the 2 choices. You either prep yourself for the late game, which could be risky. You're going to allow the Mongols to build up an army. or you just play wide onto berries, etc., and like all in. I would say that, funnily enough, also has a risk to it because of the Magadai. Yeah, we're not going to watch that. So the comment about making step readout is true. It would have got you there a lot faster. I don't mind the idea of what you conceptualize with Kurotai, but I think the problem here with Numidan's strategy is like he loses all these outposts and he relies on the idea of a cannon placement instead of setting up double spearman emplacement. Think about how much more reliable that defense would have been with spearman emplacements. You probably would have lost villages still, sure, but maybe more in the range of 15 than 32. That fight was long. A lot of workers died. And if you think about the spearman shots coming through, like, you know, when we were at, what, 12 worker kills, I think there was 2 Lancers left alive when they died. And those Lancers, charges going to come in. Warrior Monk is going to Hodor the choke point. And yeah, good reaction. Warspite has to spread out, otherwise the cannon placement's too valuable. Lancers are getting to melee up against these Magadai. The cannon placement's kind of in a weird position now where like it's not getting maximum splash against cavalry. And more worker kills now. Like, we're up to 35 in total in this game. Oh my god. But it's the Mongols, so we keep on trucking. Why? How has he not waved the white flag yet? We're 20 minutes in and you have 28 villages. Right? Like, this should be GG territory. Warspite is starting to save up for Imperial himself, by the way. He has got the Sacred Site timer. Chose to build the Barbican at home, though. I mean, Sacred Site is not really a reliable win condition with this type of formatting. This map, yeah, there we go, gets decapped. No one wants to mess with the 450 HP Khan. The thing about this map is you have to remember the Sacred Sites are really far apart. So it's not just a simple saying they are the map length apart. They're the map length and then some. Because you have to circle around this tree line. So it's almost like 1.1, 1.2 times the map length. And someone's going to be like, KP, it's not against the edge of the map. Yeah, but it's diagonal. So that like offsets the edge of the map logic. It's ridiculously far apart. More spite. Being kept slightly busy here. Does Numidan maybe go for 2T? Oh, yep, he's doing it right now. I was about to say 2TC would make sense with this play. So the Khan just drags attention. Now you play greed. Numidan's luck is terrible. He's going to have to go for the whippy pout. The Spirit Way coming in. Why does Warspite want Spirit Way? Is he going to build Chug? He has Song. Chug into Hand Cannoneer. It's good against the Magadai, sure. Like Hand Cannoneer, the PG, the fact your opponent can actually just get Nest of Ease. I can't see that being logical. Fire Lancers? Hell no. Spirit Way just feels a bit confusing here. I mean, it's crazy as well because like on an aggro level, he's doing everything right. Gets the workers on the gold. Shuts him back down to 24 workers. I don't know why Spirit Way, but whatever. He is going to be Chuganu. Yeah, he's actually going for it. Chug over Lancers, though, is kind of interesting, right? I mean, hell, like, can we just address the elephant in the room? Could Warspite not have just built a Great Wall Gatehouse in the enemy base? I guess, like, against Mongols, it sucks because they'll walk away. But you could, like, place it here, and he wouldn't have access to the big tree lines, right? Just starve him out. Magadai, meanwhile, are starting to snipe away at those workers. Net a few kills so far. The other problem with not having a Great Wall Gatehouse here is now it means that whenever you have to set up farms, you don't have a good defense point. So just keep that in mind, because like eventually Warspite at this pacing will need farms. Running out of food fast. Classic Numidan Mongol game. Yeah, he's probably been in a worse position before. Gold is a very big problem, by the way. He got harassed off this one. This one's not accessible. He did somehow pick up 2 sacred sites courtesy of the warrior bonk. So he's getting some gold trickle now, which is pretty nice. And oh my god, 7 more worker kills. The Magatai caught him on the flank here. Wait, actually, yeah. Like, I mean, Faye's going in a different direction from what I'm thinking, but I'm going to go there. You didn't build a Great Wall gatehouse against the Mongols. You don't have a Great Wall to deal with the Mongol horde. So technically, Mongols just win, right? Why do I mistreat Numidan? No. I'm not hearing. He done this to himself, okay? That's like someone sticking their hand in a blender and going, ow, why'd you make the blade so sharp? You know what you done. It's like putting your mouth around the rim of like toxic chemical waste in a barrel and chugging it down and going, oh man, why did you make the danger warning label look so cool? He chose the Mongol way. And he can pack it up and move on to the next map. Unless he somehow wins, in which case, just stay here forever. We do have farms now coming in from Warspite. And the Lancers are coming around again, but this time, folks, look at the army size. Yeah, it's actually pretty decent. Like, why is Warspite... So he's building Chug, but he's building for what? Like a mass comp to go? Surely waiting longer is bad here. Like, does that not leave your hand very weak with the Zugzugs? Because I'm just thinking there could be 3 Nest of Bees for all you know, right? Like 3 Nest of Bees and you're dead. And Warspite, I mean, he didn't go 2 TC. Remember that, because Numidan has, right? So, like, that eco gap. Reminder that at one point he had 28 workers when Warspite had, like, 62. The gap is closing, and the army is still building while that gap is closing because of the Karganet effect. This is infinite resources, essentially. I think the walls are fully up now, so at least Warspite doesn't have to worry about the Magadai raids now. Okay, guys, like, do you want the big brain play? You come out here, you build a dock, you build a transport ship, and you vamos in. You're welcome. Warspite is finally making his move, by the way, but he's doing it in a bit of a weird fashion. He split his army into 2 groups. So Zug are actually unguarded. So, like, if Numidan sees this, he can deal with one army and then deal with the other one afterwards. His counter is good enough for that. He's got a second Nest of Bees on the way, which makes it even easier, actually. There is a handful of horsemen, so you have to be a bit careful against them with the knobs. Lancers have been fully upgraded. He's starting to dive the base, though. So the idea here, I see what Warspite's trying to do. He's trying to force a reaction, then dive the Lancers. But, like, this is... I mean, this isn't what I call an emphatic victory moment. You're still playing raider mode against someone that you assume doesn't have much to raid. Or even worse still, he totally forgot about them. Guys? Guys? There's a war right now. You just stand there and look pretty with your feathers. Got it. And oh boy, he actually brought the knights. Okay, so breakthrough on the wall here. The army's on the way home. And he is rallying reinforcements, but like Numidan, he's getting away with this. I don't even know where to begin with this game. This feels like the most absurd game of the week. And we've had some decent contenders for that already, but this might just take the cake. How is he? Like, he was down to 22, I think it was. 22 villages around 20 minutes. Like, that's insane. This civ is insane. What? Name it. At this point, doesn't really need to just raid to win, right? Like,
he's not behind economically in a weird way because of what the Cognate is doing. He's actually competing. And what worries me more is this. This Kurtai is the GG. In a standard Mongol build, you wouldn't have this, right? You'd step read out your way and do a fast im. But not Numadon. Nah, this boy's built diff. The move comes in. Doesn't really need to go this wide. He has Hui powers to break through Nestabes as well. Like, he's committing the entire army. All but the kitchen sink are on the aggro here. Oh my god. This is actually happening. Hand Cannoneer transition now from Warspite, but who cares? There's 2 Nestabes. Deal with them. He has at least got 1 Bombard, I guess, so that could work. But just imagine how this game looks if you have a Great Wall Gatehouse here on the farms. Hui's would still threaten you, but you'd have time. Now, you don't. Charge comes in. Warrior Monk buff's going to be there as well. Really rough for Chuganu. Chuganu... Wait, what? Oh, no. He has no ranged upgrades. They're doing no damage. They're doing absolutely no damage. They're just being swept aside. It's Warspite. From what felt like an unbeatable position, has been... Not beaten. He's been battered to death. Absolute disaster here. And the farm's now idled out. That means Warspite has no way of prepping a second wave. No way of getting back in this. Numadon and his goddamn Mongols. No Nubudan here. No, this man is a master. And he should be rightfully feared. I cannot believe this. What an absurd game 1 in this best of 3 in the final week of Midweek Muster. Numadon has to have a little smirk on his face at this one. Guy's in full chill mode at this point. A-click and move, boys. A-click and move. Army's going to try to react, but at this stage, for what? What do you guys think? Like, what was the difference that was needed here for Warspite? Like, my personal feeling, I feel like, you know, just slow down, get some siege, and actually permanently start to remove things. Like 1 or 2 trebs maybe, right? And just camp it. I can see that. Maybe even with his strategy he chose, if he kept the aggro up, possibilities, but those possibilities have fully evaporated. The only possibility left for him is to type GG in and go to game number 2. Make Knights and dive him? I think the thing about like the idea of make Knights and dive him was like it's all well and good until you realize there's not much to kill. Like actually he had him so low on villages. He had him at 22, right? 22? Well, that means he can protect almost the entire economy between the outpost and the TC. What you actually need is a way of killing the outposts. Maybe keep... Maybe like maybe they could have just burned down the outpost. Maybe had enough of that, or maybe it's just simple as going back and building some rams from a clock tower. And then again, he didn't go clock tower, right? But even just like siege engineering, forward rams, something like that. Instead, it is gonna be a Mongol victory. You don't deal with the ifs, the buts, the maybes. We'll deal in the definitives, and this is a definitive statement out of the Swede. Something Mongol imp OP, I'm pretty sure is what I'm going to read in the comments after this one. But I'm not convinced. I think Warspite had him bent over the barrel, dead to rights. And Numadon's resistance, his resilience to the idea of waving that white flag is why he stands here victorious. He put the ball in Warspite's court. He said, make the right moves or lose the game. And Warspite played himself out of a checkmate.
Warspite's like, wait a second. So you're saying if I just don't GG and I wait until I'm down to 20 villages, there might be a recovery arc? Yeah, but not so much for you, Warspite. This is more of a Mongol exclusive strategy. Oh, looks like he's going to step up. I think this is probably where he gets caught out. Gallop's on cooldown, so I guess he'll get away. What's missing here? Numenor, his Hui Power isn't here yet, right? He's got a new one coming? Or he forgot about it. He forgot. Sir, you're needed. If you just like to move up, we can end the game. Sir? Sir? I think he's deaf. What is going on over here? Oh god, he is desperate for food. He's taking the berries from right next to Numu's base. I mean, it's a lot safer than his own base at this stage. Alright, the Hui Power's now coming in, and that should just convince Warspite the game is over. Like, I can't blame him for not calling GG. I mean, for a start, Numu didn't call GG. But the more important thing is, do you really want to lose like this? The answer is a definite no. Hell no. Like, at this point, if I was in this game, I'd be going, no, 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 no! But consent is not required when the Mongols come knocking. Oh, dear, dear. If you like what you're seeing here, guys, make sure you subscribe to the channel. This one is definitely making it onto the channel. This is like the most absurd Mongol comeback I think I've seen. 22 villages. Warspite had almost tripled the economy and more military. But not anymore. No, now it's his turn to get absolutely butchered. Hui's already sieging into the castles. That's not going to keep him alive for much longer. And Warspite, at this stage, mate, you just have to accept your fate. Own the loss. Paint your face green and just mutter Mongols into the camera over and over again. Castle goes down. And with it, any hopes of Warspite somehow making a comeback. I mean, I can believe at 20 minutes you could rat your way, right? But like at this point, there's everything everywhere. Look at Numu's vision. He sees enough of your base. There's no sneaking it, and he got found. What do you think, folks? The most absurd Mongol comeback ever? I mean, yeah. That is... Oh, dude, Numenor is vile. I still can't believe that game even existed, man. I felt so bad for him. It's just... That is like the most ridiculous Mongol fast-in comeback I think we'll probably ever see. But what we get to see now is more of the Midweek Muster in Season 2. We have got SAS versus Myriad. Best of 3 between these two. And the winner will then face off against Vortex. In terms of our bracket and how things are looking, I didn't get a chance to update some of these. So we did just have the B versus Lucifer series. It happened, a miracle. Lucifer was actually able to overcome his big hurdle. He beat B this week for the first time in the KPMM Season 2 after failing to do so twice in a row. But every time improved. He takes it down 3-2. So Lucifer is first through to, or second, through to semifinals. Wham already made his way there. We have got Dumu versus Scatterbrained that we can also cast. I think we might do SAS Myriad into Dumu Scatterbrained. And then we'll see where the dice roll takes us for the Anatan series. Because I don't think Dumu was streaming today, no. So, like, he was just played off stream, I think. Anyway, game number 1, Boldland. God. I kind of hope this is not your atypical very long game, actually. My throat's going really rough. I'm starting to think my son got me ill. He probably did. Yeah. They say they love you, but then they ill you. Yeah. Can't be trusted. Guys, don't take a crap on the players that are clearly a lot better at the game than you. Warspite is actually not that low of a rank. So Warspite is... I don't know if he ranked in this season or if he changed his account name. I remember he was previously like top 2, 3, 400, something like that. Is there a third place match? There's always a third place match. We're nowhere near that though. Chill. Dude, we're talking quarterfinals. You got some way to go. Chill. We'll do the third place match on Friday. But let's hop in this good old slice of pie. It is going to be SAS versus Myriad. Game number 1. Here we go, folks. Game number 1, we hop into Mongols from SAS. A signature civ for him up against Myriad on the Roost. A cozy and familiar sight. Borderline is going to be the map, and it's happened again. This full tree south side spawn. It's so weird how often this is occurring. Curious to see what the game strat is for SAS. Mongol's not a terrible pick on this map necessarily, but into Roost, there's not really much raiding potential unless they get greedy, which they technically did here, right? Like, he's actually wedged a hunting cabin at range. It's going to be 2x for the early game, for the early scouting rotations. Myriad, a nice cutoff here, and he might not even realize it. Yeah, so able to just rotate around the back, which normally there's like 1 or 2 sheep that just don't get seen here. That's already 16 sheep for Myriad. 15 for SAS, though, so he's done pretty well off of this. As you'd expect, it's very hard to fully out-rotate a Mongol, just because the Khan moves faster. Like, the move speed on this guy with the arrows allows him to get the edge. Not to mention, on top of that, remember, you do have the vision from the Falcon. So you can just kind of see ahead of time where shit's coming from. I don't know why I said she's coming from. I think the Khan's a guy. He's definitely a guy. I could have sworn in the part... Wait. Wasn't this discussed before? Isn't there sometimes... There's women Khans, right, that spawn? Because I've heard Khans before with a more feminine voice. I'm pretty sure there's 2 Khan voice actors. Has anyone else noticed that? So opening-wise, Golden Gate coming through. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure I've heard about this before. Like, sometimes a woman Mongol will spawn. A woman Mongol Khan, rather, will spawn. Is that just most Mongol units? Probably. But Khan specifically. Like, I think he can sound like... her. Nope. Her. Yeah. Alright, tech up complete. Oh, 1 sec. Yeah, we're going to experiment with something. Let me know what you guys think about this. A little bit louder. And Pro Scouts is on the way. So Myriad is playing a very normie type build. But this is where the Mongol opening is super effective. Magadai beginning is a great blocker to Pro Scouts. It was discovered actually by quite a few players at the peak of the Pro Scout meta. I remember Poppypaw, Wham, I think it's actually Wham specifically, he's talking specifically on his stream saying, yeah, like, it's actually ridiculously effective. You just get, 4 Magadai, you can block most Pro Scout play. I imagine it is going to be double pump and stop, right? No, he's going full 5. Interesting. Response not in place for Myriad. There we go. Archery's coming in. So archery and Shimi move slowly to each deer stat, but this does put you a step behind, right? Like, you Pro Scouts, then you archers. Like, technically your opponent can now balance out by going Magadai Knights and be a step ahead. Because like, if you think about it in a way, Pro Scouts is a step in the flow of early game. Like, you're making a very big active investment choice, equivocal to going into a production building and building units. Pump that music up when you hear the castle age. We need more kind of hardcore rock type nations. I don't know who would provide that. Maybe kind of like the pulsing drums of war of the Native Americans. maybe. Magadite to arrive. Not quite able to get that kill, though. Khan also goes down for it. It's a little bit of a rough one there. Myriad has got more archers following up, but great use of the remaining Falcon. Does get a kill. Looks like get a second. A phenomenal start to the game for SAS. 2 worker kills. Might actually make it a third. Myriad. This is a toxic tree line. In some ways, you kind of wish you had a tree line north and south, because then you could at least rotate and then get a bit of breathing room before the Magadai would arrive. I think Myriad, though, the weird thing to me is why no outpost here? Like, Pro Scout's great, maybe, is the big concern. But if you had an outpost up here, this can't happen. SAS just continues to scale. He's got another double pump, I'm guessing, at this stage. No, just a solo. So 5 Magadai, double Khan Hunter. Pasture's coming through now. And there's that stable transition we were waiting for. So Keshik's about to be queued up. Yeah, this is very brutal. Oh my god, he's just actually playing him like a fiddle as well. Shifts the injury to the back. Now, Myriad does at least move in for the snipe. But this has been expensive. Continues to be so. Also, this thing, if you don't react straight away when he pulls back, you just run deeper into the Magadai. I mean, you can't even count on the edge of range. Not that works too well anyway. It's only 0.5 tau difference between you and Magadai. And they obviously have movement speed advantage while shooting on the go. SAS. Is this just a castle build? Looking like it. Villagers are pulling forward, though. For what, deer? Yeah. Interesting choice. Myriad is now going horseman. So clearly felt like the archers weren't answering the Magadai, which is understandable. He was failing to scale. Sometimes, I swear, playing ponies in the Magadai just feels so depressing. Like, okay, this is the counter unit. And then you just watch yourself slowly, very slowly die. It's not a quick death, no. A gradual drain. SAS needs one from the Deerstone Mirror's base. True. Good eyeballs by Fablop. We usually do see the Magadai play with the Deerstone. It's incredibly powerful. Means that Horsemen struggle to catch you as well. So maybe a little bit of an oversight. Or he just values it higher at home. But, I mean, one outpost. Yeah, dude, he's already got an outpost up. It's just obviously it's too far away from the tree line. And there you go. It's now packed up. So this should be moved forward for aggression. He's already got an outpost out on the deer. And what has Pro Scouts brought home? You got the small free deer. Okay, yeah, you got a small free deer +6, so not too bad. Also got one from the north side. So he's about 1.5 deer stacks in. Myriad has definitely got food out of this, but it's come at a cost. All worker death so far. Finally, that Wooden Fortress comes in. While the step redoubt will come in for SAS. Myriad doesn't really have any options here. I think you just have to tech. Your army's not really big enough to come out and threat. Especially considering that SAS is holding stone, so he could even think about a sprint place. Okay, he's going to get arrow slits. Maybe feels like he needs it earlier. T-stone. Oh, I guess I'll just park here. Myriad, he has got a knight, 3 horsemen. So you could theoretically burn the outpost. It just might be difficult with the Magadai nearby. So instead, Myriad will just back off. Looks like he's going to be prepping for the tech up. If you get it early enough, you get some value out the high trade house on these tiny tree lines also. So it's not too bad. Game feels like it could easily go bad here. Ball pull now as SAS looks to get the better food gathering rate, but Dive is going to be coming through. Outpost switches aggro over onto the aggressors. Shit upgrades are on the way. Range damage 1 as well. Big deal for the outpost defense. Just not much in the way of torches here. I think Myriad, like that opening, losing 2 horsemen straight away, weakened his ability to threaten this outpost. This is difficult. Another horseman goes down. Now it's just 2 knights. I don't see a one which this works. So the way it's been split, Myriad, if he wants this to work, needs to be this deep. Because right now, the Magadai getting free damage in. Keshik, a little bit overzealous, but it buys time. And another heavy cav unit goes down. Myriad will not be able to Nail this outpost. No, he's just going to get blocked out. It's on fire now, but 155 HP. With a little bit of distraction from the Keshik. Should be an easy repair for Sass. He's leaving it very long, actually. Yeah, he's trying... Oh, Sass. No. That was greedy. What? So he was trying to get the countdown to 9. If he got it down to 9, the archers don't insta-kill a villager. That was so unnecessarily greedy. What? I mean, he believed, it seems, that like he'd have enough time to kill off the extra. It's 9 now, but they already got the kills. High trade house now coming through. I mean, honestly, after that, Mirad's position isn't as tragic as it should be. It is still a disadvantage. And is that the return of Mixupod? More people coming back to AoE 4, question mark? Last time I saw Mixu would have been Stormgate? So it does make sense. Keshiks. Now jumping the workers. Oh, God. All right, guys, this is chalk. Like, for a moment, I was like, yeah, Mirad might actually be okay here. He's starting to stabilize. He's caught up the castle. The worker difference isn't big. Then, all of a sudden, lots of idle time. Additional worker kills. Pro Scouts pretty much just getting denied what remains on the map. A reminder, you have got the boar for Sass, so a nice inflated rate. And also Monks. Now heading out, so Sass just shipping it for relics. Which makes sense in this matchup. Roos make the world go around with their relics. And would you guys like to guess the high trade house without vomiting? It doesn't look very good, does it? No. I mean, it looks very roomy. Mainly because there's no trees near it. 109 gold. Actually quite good. Well, he did build it when there's still some trees around here. And in fact, there's also still some chopped trees, which should still count. So yeah, 109 gold, respectable for bounty tier 2. Nightmare's delayed pro scout timing. He didn't delay it. He went. It looks delayed because of the aggro into him. He opened pro scouts because he took the northern deer straight away. It's just pro scouts really struggles against Magadai. Like if you guys are hating a pro scout meta, Magadai still remains a really good answer. Even more so, even more easily since they added the Khan Hunters. Because then Magadai don't just stop pro scouts, they can also then, as we saw in this game, snipe enemy workers. Horse Archer's not really microing. Myriad seems to be a bit distracted elsewhere, so finally realizes that it moves away. But the Keshik's actually frustratingly sustaining through. Come on. How is he not dead? It's a great trade out there, and now Sass is getting into Magadai again. Only this is now much more difficult for Myriad because the way these fights will play out is if you want to kill the Magadai, you're going to have to stand in range of the Keshiks. Because Magadai with Khan Hunters have 4.75 power range. This makes the fights quite a nuisance. Deerstone is going to make sure Myriad gap closes quick. Unpack tech wasn't there, so it was slow, but Keshik's now able to enter. Wallow's going to be coming out. Magadai with the Keshik assistance. Sass realizes not a good idea. Second Wallow, the staggered movement. Just trying to get some space. It's going to be a dive in. Dangerous there for a second. Sass. 2 HP. He didn't get the kill. Kills off one Magadai to go hunting. Myriad. Staggered retreat into the base, but so many red bodies. Barely any blue. They all bleed the same. Workers retreating towards safety. There's nothing safe about this environment right now. If this was a workplace, you'd be phoning up HR every single day. More such as barely existing. It's full idle economy. Even if he survives this, he's now down by 11 workers. It's going to be more, though. Yeah, Magadai, they just peel off. They don't care about the horse archers anymore. The kills are worth so much more. 15 eco up. And I honestly do not see the way now for Myriad. This is so hard. What's the downside for Sass? There's not much. He's got back gold, back berries, deer nearby. He's still at the deer in this location too. Like, he's got food options. This is not really a doomed situation for Sass where now he runs out of food entirely and Myriad just runs away with the game. Like, the contrary, it's actually very difficult for Myriad. In theory, though, Warstock is raiding. So, like, that's exactly why we see this double down on the Magadai, just to contest that directly. And he's trying his best to trade out with them. But I'm kind of impressed at how much damage they're getting in the exchange. I mean, it's an extra 20 HP, remember. Magadai, 105 compared to Horsuch's 85. There's no boyish fortitude here. If it had been, then this looks like a very good trade for Roos. But not the case here. Screwing on placement to make matters worse. Yeah, it's got Warrior Monks coming out, but, I mean, there's only one more relic to grab, right? It was a free grab for Sass. Pretty impressive opening the series from Sass. Do you wonder how Myriad would get back into this? Showing why Mongols are busted? Dude, are we like just doing this every time a Civ wins? Magadai definitely have a timing, but I don't know. I don't think this works if this isn't Pro Scouts, right? The tiny tree lines, maybe. I think for Magadai to work, your opponent has to do something greedy, like Pro Scouts or fishing. Because another map where we're seeing Mongols look pretty good is on Kalauga. So in Kalauga, they can just basically punish you for fishing. Yeah, the only weakness for Mongols really is playing dedicated water these days. In those situations, like, you couldn't really add Magadai in while trying to contest English water, right? It's like very weird. We have seen some Mongol picks on maps like Holy Island, but it does feel quite niche currently, which is weird because it used to be one of the most dominant picks available. If they ever wanted to make Mongols really good on water, all they'd have to do is give them piracy for free. That would be good enough. I mean, they keep making the tech cheaper and cheaper, so they're borderline at the stage where they're going to do it anyway. Falcon of the Tree Line's kind of busted. It's pretty strong. But, like, actually, it's the combined efforts. It's not just the Falcon, it's the range. Remember, these guys get a ridiculous amount of extra range with Khan Hunter. The Khan Hunter gives them over an extra tar range. Did you get the 0.5, and you get another 0.5 for the Cav Archers, and obviously the initial 0.5 scales per age. That's why his Magadai currently are at 4.75. When they go Imperial, they get 5. And that's appropriate, because Sass is definitely going Imperial. 3 workers. Not really the necessary detail, but it's nice to have a few extra pastures in here for the tech up and also the outposts. You stockpiling stone because you know how this works. You go fast in, you save yourself by basically having one cannon emplacement that your opponent can't dive. It is ridiculous how effective it is. I had to idle again. Make it end, man. Kargan now on the way. He's like, but there's hope. Okay, like, I'll give you this. There's hope if Sass rolls Wee Pow 5 times. I'm pretty sure, though, if Sass even gets Warrior Monks, he'll win with them in the next fight. And yeah, look at the aligned timings. 20 seconds out in Military Academy, so tech up will complete, and then it'll just be 10 seconds out from buffing the production rate. And first roll is the jackpot. What? He gets Magadai first roll? You can't make this up. That's unbelievable. Mangu first roll. Nothing useless. And they're pumping out in 20 seconds. Myriad trying to approach the base. It's all in or dead anyway, so might as well Hail Mary. Sass. Be careful initially with the cash because they aren't upgraded just yet. They're not really his focus. Magadai, they're skirting the fights, they're getting the kills, and there's the spawn. Myriad probably face palming right now, and come on, horse archers afterwards? Bro. I mean, sure, it's not much front line, but plenty of DPS that you can kite with. What, we got cannon placement coming in? No, he actually sticks it elsewhere. He's sticking it here? Oh my god, come on. It works out even better. Not that it really feels needed. Yeah, like, it's the thinning of the Mongols, but the problem here is there's too many horse archers being lost right now. Horse archer Sass coming out in a few seconds. This is where the outposts just carry the rest of it, right? He's going to move away, actually, if the cannon placement gets shots out, but horse archer survival. And Nesta Bees afterwards is finally something that's kind of but it just doesn't matter. GG gets called. Game 1 goes to the Turk. Jeez. Mongols and their goddamn imp. Oh, my throat is so rough. Holy crap. I hope it holds out. Especially considering we're doing Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We're non-stop. Alright, so game 2. We're going Dry Arabia. Ottoman Byzantines. Intriguing. Got a mark on my screen. How's my tooth? Mixed bag. Not great. It's not too bad right now. It's not causing me much pain. Didn't need painkillers today. But it's like, you know when you got that dormant pain and you're like, at any moment, the dragon is going to awaken. It's that type of thing. So I've got an appointment booked in on Thursday. So hopefully, like, he'll fix it there. Or if he's like, we now need to make an appointment, it'll be like the next day or something. Because like I said, I got to go. I'm flying out on Tuesday. Because we're on holiday, right? So it needs to be a fast solution. Yo, what's up, Fat Blot? Thank you very much, mate. Well, it's not GG yet. You still got to win this. All right. A series of comfort before us as Sass has been cozy on the Mongols and now gets to be on his home civ. The Turk takes to the Ottomans for the classic clash. Oh, we love this one. Byzantines versus Ottomans. Game number 2 here in our $20,000 esports circuit. This is going to be a fun one. Myriad with the Byzantines in the purple. Ottomans in the blue for Sass. We've got Iraq's opening, and Ottomans love this in this matchup. It's interesting because Byzantines, I feel like they used to just run away with this matchup. It was contradicting history. But ever since the rise of Dark Age rushes, Ottomans is back on the menu. Yeah. Able to just rush onto the berries, but there's been an adaptation recently and a solve for Byzantines against these Dark Age aggro plays. They do not any longer indulge Grand Winery. This right here is a Hippodrome build. We'll stick on the 2x speed until the troopers show up. Spearman. Already Akratoy used. I mean, you're kind of happy if you're Sass. Instant Akratoy there? When the first Spearman arrival is kind of perfect. Because it feels a lot worse if it's the second, third, right? Because then your opponent is just standing there, unkillable, and you've just got, like, all this DPS you should be able to use. Just have another poke at it. Akratoy is about to run out. And notice what Myriad's doing. This is smart. He's taking the further away berries first so that he can retreat towards the defended when there's more spearmen. Because the more spear that arrive, the more impossible it is to just stay here. So he's getting the risky resource now. And then he'll be in range of TC for these. I better not need a root canal. Holy crap. I'm praying it's not. the tedium aside, the cost is also the other pain. So expensive. It hurts my very limited wallet, man. Okay, so tech up should be coming soon for SAS. Probably just expecting the standard Madrissa. There is a good spawn for trade, but like the problem is, the problem with doing Sultani Trade Network is like you're not even setting up your trade optimally in the corner, right? You'd have to go set up a new marketplace anyway. About to get dentures? Bro. Hell no. I've been told I got quite nice teeth. Kind of shocked me. I remember it was like an event in London, and this girl who works at Twitch was like, oh, you have a really nice smile. I was like, no, I don't. You're messing with me. Healthcare is free in the UK? Well, yeah, but you can't get everything on the free healthcare. Like, root canals, there's not that many that can do those procedures. So normally you have to go private. And, like, to be honest, the problem is with dental care in the UK anyway, like, you still pay on treatment. Right? But it's banded. There's bands. So you only pay X amount, right? They can't make you pay more than X, Y, Z prices for, like, you know, for, like, a crown, a filling, etc. Now, if you have a really nice dentist, what they'll try and do, like, my mom has a brilliant dentist where what they've done for her is, like, right, all these teeth need this, that. He bundled all of them in the assessment at once. But, like, there are sly piece of crap dentists that instead will be like, this one looks concerning, but doesn't need to be done yet. This one does. Like, in some ways, it's a good idea to try and let you keep your normal teeth for longer, right? But in actuality, there's also, like, there's a nefarious, underhanded element of, like, the more times you have to come back and get treated, the more times they can get paid out, sort of thing. That's also why most, even NHS dentists, have very limited slots for patients intake. Because they don't want them. If you look at most dentists, it's very rare to see NHS, National Healthcare Service, dentist exclusives. Most of them are private hybrids. Because that's where you get the money. You'll give me the pure French discount. Damn. Wait, where have I got to go for that? French? France? Whew. With the prices of root canals, it might end up being cheaper. Alright, Outpost coming off the gold though, so SAS, I don't think he really wants to play the Fuel Age here. Myriad, he's gone for the Horseman Lombo. This is the standard comp you expect, but racks are getting added in as well. That's really to be expected. When you play against Ottomans, you're freaking out that they're going to just try and add in Sipahi. I don't know though, like, look at this spawn, look at this setup. Okay, there we go, he is committing. I was like, thinking about the Outpost, it kind of looked like maybe SAS was thinking about greed with the wall as well. I mean, where else is an Ottoman player cozy but the late game? What a freaking save. Oh, it'd have to come to the Bulgarian Empire. Oh, damn, okay. I don't think I've ever been to Bulgaria. No, I haven't, right? I've been close. So I've been to your brother nation that definitely don't hold a grudge against, Romania. I guess I've been pretty close to Bulgaria in that regard. I've been to Bucharest. The place where I sampled the best hummus served out of the Middle East. All right, so focusing on little Asian miner here. What are we looking for from SAS? We got cancel. Okay, he's just leaving room. Bulgarian price plus discount sounds pretty good, right? Oh no, dude, I'm sauced. Why it's so cheap though? Am I just gonna open my mouth and all the gold crowns are gonna be gone? That's the play. Oh wow, look, your teeth are in great shape. You probably don't need all these extra dental fixings we could sell. Takes them all out. But Myriad is taken out alone to get his hands on the extra stone levels, so we have got the free queuing up for the systems. Remember, your goal here is Byzantines. You feel best when you're able to scale to level 5 system. The vacation will come for free? Wait, what? I feel like... Wait, why am I getting a vacation for free now? Are you a Nigerian prince? We're going down the rabbit hole here. Oh, because I'm already down there. Yeah, but Bulgaria is pretty far from Greece. That would be quite the side trip. Especially considering I'm going to one of the islands. I don't think you could get like an easy travel route there. Appreciate you, Sophian. All right. What are we looking at here for Sass? What's the real win con? Does he just want full feudal? It's not a bad idea against Byzantines. Like, Byzantines don't really want to be in feudal. They play it, they tolerate it, but in actuality, what they're looking for is castle. Because once you get castle, you get merc scaling. And that's when the options just really start to open up. I appreciate the support from people. Thank you, thank you. All right, Blacksmith coming on the back. Does get scouted. So Sass now aware of that. He already has the undermesh. Maybe worth prepping the Steeled Arrow, considering there is aggro in towards his base. Did he get... Wait, is he deer shoving this hole? All right, you just don't see it anymore, but... Yeah, deer shove is kind of obvious when you look like that. So nicely played. That's given Sass something to lean towards, which is why Myriad is now just gung-ho towards the base with a very limited Lombo count, actually. Only 5 isn't really that scary, just kind of annoying. Spahi. 2 of them is definitely a lot more scary, so good outpost timing. Myriad dodges the death. Reminder, by the way, guys, this is round of 16, only a best of 3. So if Sass wins this one, he will be through, booking himself a date up against Vortex. If there's a reliable Civ to do it, you'd think it's Byzantines. I think the problem here for Byzantines is like you talked about castles as a target, which is great. You don't want to play for late. Anytime you play late against Ottomans, you're kind of screaming internally. Because you know they're going to get great bombards. You know they've got the best light cavalry in the game. You know they've got one of the best anti-cav units in the game. Byzantines is one of the better civs at dealing with it. The reason is that they've got their hands on Lombo steel Janissaries. The Mitanni are very tanky. But this is a really underwhelming triumph. He is going to get the Lombo kills and just get away. Yeah, he lost like nothing. This is the perfect Imam follow-up moment. He just got a Vizier point. I'd be surprised if he doesn't just take the healer. A little bit greedy hanging around there, but kind of knows he needs to, because remember, the horsemen are quicker. Trump just ran out, though, and he turns it into a bait. Traps him in. Doesn't quite get the connect for the kill on the horseman. Even though he lost some of them, this is still not a bad idea to kind of Imam up, right? You've got 3 Sipahi that are heavily injured. He's going to look for the wall in, and I wonder if maybe Sass walls all of it. I mean, it's a pretty good idea. Gives you double deer. Myriad, I mean, that was his big moment, right? He has no tickets left. Only 2 seconds worth of triumph. Spy are going to recommit. That does feel expensive. 2 of them going down. But I guess now Sass, I mean, unburdened, just go military campus. There's not really much to heal anymore. So that's how you convince yourself not to need the imams. You just let them die. The Sipahi are dead. There's nothing that needs healing. So it's a dog crap Vizier point, right? He still hasn't chosen. The military campus. Would you want a Kinji? Probably not against horsemen. Extensive fortifications is not very useful here because there's no heavily armored units. So it has to be healing or military campus. Horsemen are going to be coming in again. That's 1 extra worker than you're allowed here, Myriad. 4-2 gets activated as well. -3, nicely struck by Sass. Good move, considering they're both heading towards castle, so a little bit more lax on the defense. Yeah, just trying to get that final connector. He's only at level 4 right now. He's playing deer as Byzantines. Yeah, this is exactly what you don't want to see when you look across a Byzantine economy. It's all about the berry life, right? But I think you just want a slightly faster tech up timing. Doesn't really see as much value in like scaling lombos now that you're up against the supply. What do you guys think? Ones if you think Ottos are going to win this game. Twos if you think Byzantines are. They made the Imperial Armory now on the way. Surprised only level 4 assistant. That's because Myriad prioritized his merc timing with Horseman. Think of this the same way you do as like the idea of French going pro scouts but building the first knight first or not. Right? If you build the first knight, you get a really good timing on your opening Lombo Horseman. But, you know, the comparison is you are missing level 2, level 3 assistant, right? Instead of like with French, you just get pro scout straight away. So it has that kind of dynamic. And yeah, we learned about this the other day. Basically, when you have like, actually no, this one works fine. It's just not connected. But something that can happen is when you daisy chain off, it breaks the aqueduct formation. That hasn't happened here. It's just he hasn't connected through. So Golden Horn Tower now on the way. Cool. My tooth is actually starting to hurt a bit now. Oh no. I feel like the moment we mention it is the moment it gets bad. Definitely no 9-10 hour stream today, please. I can't. I'll die. We're also doing tomorrow, aren't we? So tomorrow, let me just double check because I have the deets. So I was looking at it a second ago. So tomorrow, our sponsored stream starts at 9:45 a.m. PT, which is almost 6 UK time. So what I'll probably do, guys, is I'll look to go live at maybe 4 p.m. UK time. So about 2.5 hours ago. Tomorrow. And then we'll be able to cast some more of the KPMM games. Like tomorrow, what we'll probably end up doing, quarterfinals, maybe the Anno series, and then maybe a semifinals on the day. We'll see how it goes. Whoopsie, wrong scene. Wednesday stream. Yep, that's a treat. Thanks to our sponsor, which means when we do the stream, when we do the games, and then we hop over, make sure you hang around. Should be a fun one, actually. It's a co-stream sponsorship, so be watching some in the background while we can chat. Okay, so full wall in. Sass races on for the relics. He's already winning big. Yeah, 2 already on the way home, and then a 3rd one close to his base. Myriad only once on the monks so far, so feasible 4-1 split here if Sass plays his timings right in the flanks. But might be difficult to do. Like, what is going on here, Myriad? What? Oh my god, he doesn't have a scout. I mean, I don't think he would have caught him right. Like, Sass had a scout too. That's why he was able to back away from that in time. Otherwise, that would have hilariously been disaster running blind into a stealth forest. Not cheap either. Remember those Sipahi. Pricey mother duckers, 160 each. Almost 10 of them. 10 of them almost cost the same as going castle. Incoming knocking. Myriad. He's just trying to get the triumph value now, right? Like getting mass cataphracts, mass horsemen for a big engagement. Lombos are going to be scaling in the meantime, which is just usually quite nice. It stops your opponent going Janissaries easily. I say easily, but it's not going to stop Sass from doing it. And Vizier Point, by the way, like he went for that in-man play for the relics. He also went military campus. So in terms of what's left, you're probably looking at advanced academies. Is a nice way of kind of rounding out your roster. Even if you don't want to build Janissaries Lancers out of the military schools, it's still a 25% production speed buff. Not to be slept on or taken lightly. Sass ranged armor too. Lombos are going to be a bit frustrated by this. It's a lot of Sipahi too, and I love the double gate, the in and out. A-Click is going to drag him back towards the main engagement, weirdly enough. Limiton are going to spread out to address that. Janissaries just getting target fired down here. Good micro from Mira to get the Lombo kills onto the Janissaries, but the Mangonel now showing up. The charge out from just a handful of Lancers. Unless the wall breaks, he has no way of sniping that siege. At this pace, he might not have many Cataphracts left. He's got a handful. Triumph is still running. And Sass lacking an answer to cavalry right now. No, it's just 1 or 2 Lancers. The Mango, prime for the taking, dives on in. Myriad able to get that snipe. No defense for it. One more Mango shot comes out before death, but Sass still surely should be able to stabilize against this. Like, Cataphracts are a nuisance, but the Triumph now gone. He should be able to start killing, but he throws away the archers, trading out against Lombos. Oh, wow, though. This has been happening. My lord, I wondered where they were. I looked at the count. I'm like, he should have more here. The Sipahi have been raiding throughout all of this, and they hit a jackpot on the back. 11 worker lead now for Sass. Sipahi deliver a fatal blow to Myriad, and now, with a lack of new Cataphracts on the front line, the second wave of Sipahi can engage onto the remaining Lombos. Sass will not die so easily. Even activates the Fortitude to make the kills quicker. 3-2 final relic split. Myriad, you know, we can talk about the systems. We always do about the 26% buff, but reminder on the other side, Ottomans, military schools, good life right there. You know, he's getting... You could probably equate it to being about, was it 90 resources a minute? Somewhere around 90 resources a minute per military school. It's like 2.5 villages. A nice healthy inflation there for Sass. And I believe, has he not added the fourth military? There we go. There's the fourth. Yeah, so he's got the fourth. So he's got like 10 villages worth of production there with the military schools. And then Mehmed is a little bit better. I'd usually weigh it in at like 3. So you have to kind of add him 13 to his, which means he is ahead, even with the system buff that Byzantines have. And this is the broad point in the game for Myriad, right? Like, he didn't get an advantage, really, and now he has to go Olive Groves. Now, why is that a problem? Olive Groves are incredible, KP. They're the best thing in the world. You're going to Greece soon. You know olives are great. Actually, I'm not really an olive person. So the problem with olive is the Olive Grove switch, it doesn't immediately get enabled as quickly because you don't have Grand Winery. Yeah. When you play the Hippodrome build, it's more about map presence into eventual transition. It's a very different playstyle. More like 120 resources per minute. Is it? But are you sure you're not thinking about Imperial Sass? Because like by the maths, your Sipahi is 160, right? I think it takes 1 minute 45. Which would make it look more like 100, no? Let's see. I could have sworn yeah, it's 150. It's almost 2 minutes for 160 resources. Yeah, I was about to say, I thought that's what you meant. So I was like, that doesn't sound right mathematically. But yes, you are right. Once you get to Imp, it's really good. At this stage, it's more like you're getting 85 resources a minute. So I actually overvalued it a bit. Yeah, it does give you a nice little inflate point to aim for, which seems to be what Sass is thinking about. He's got a decent number of farms set up around the Medusa. He's got enough gold for Imperial too. Yeah, I mean, he's got the 4K untapped here in range of the base. The 8K is not too far out if he needs to resort to it. He has got a lot of stone to the north side, so he could go for a keep drop. 8K secure. That would also stop a Sacred Site victory. So, I mean, Myriad, it kind of looks like he's thinking about Sacred Sites. Pretty smart choice. You know Ottomans are always thinking about late game, and if you can take Sacred Sites, it keeps them here. Any major store brand cookies going to be inferior to homemade? That depends how bad the cookie is. Dentists are not real. They can't hurt. No, they're definitely real. Take it from someone who's been hurt by them in the past. I still remember being 8 or 9 years old and having a dentist pull my teeth out with medical pliers. Yep, medical pliers. So that makes it okay. No painkillers allowed because of the location of the tooth. My mother had to sit on me. Physically sit on me because I was trying to get out of the chair that bad. All right, Sipahi. Well, they're going to physically sit on these villagers. No easy getting away from that. And wait. The steer back towards the TC actually gave a bigger opening. Sass finds more worker kills. Does come at a high cost on the Sipahi. He's just dragged the entire army to the back of Myriad's base. The worry I have here is with this type of breathing room, Sass has the time he needs to go Imperial. Dentists have come a long way. You feel like horror stories don't happen anymore? That's because they've gotten better at cleaning up their mess. You don't hear about the horror stories because those people, their bodies never get found. There you go. Some Dexter level crap right there. Sass. He's still pretty cozy, right? Like, he's scaled a second wave of Sipahi. He actually hasn't been incessantly greedy about this. Sipahi. Oh, I love that palings. That was such a cool idea from Myriad. Like, yeah, come to Papa, come to Papa. Oh, can he get across in time, though? Man, this is the worst feeling for Myriad. Like, okay, nice. I wiped out the Sipahi. He's doing something greedy. Let me march. And then you see an army this big, you're like, what the heck? What's actually happening? I mean, the problem for Myriad is, like, army-wise, he should be ahead, but the army value says no. That's crazy when you consider there's 21 Cadaver. That's maybe a bit of an ambitious step up here. Starts to back up. You see the panic as he reinvests the resources. The trample comes through with the triumph. The mangoes are trapped. The turnaround for the shots. It's the only thing they can do. Sipahi wailing away at this. The Janissaries. It's a bit messy, actually. I don't think Myriad is targeting them down. So the Janissaries just mill straight through them. Oh my god. A huge triumph, but maybe not for Myriad. Heavy cav line is looking thin. Sass will have to get back behind the tree line. Now, he did lose most of his Janissaries, but an expensive price for Myriad. Can he break in here still? That was so messy. I can't believe that he lost, I want to say 10 Kata. The crazy part, though, is Sass, a surprising amount of Sipahi going down. Still, even though it was a messy start, he did get the Janissary kills, right? In the end with the Lombos. And it seems this second wave of Cataphracts is going to give him some push power here. Can't believe that for a moment. Like, it looked like it was a great defense. Like, this is the messiness of Cataphracts when they trample in like that. They just wedge themselves so hardcore deep. Second wave of Janissaries coming in, though. And it is the Janissary company. You see Sass is desperate. It's the only reason he gets the count back up that quickly. But it will be enough to push Myriad away. Not just that. The Sipahi, like, if you retreat with the Cataphracts, you're sacking your Lombos. Sass knows it. He keeps pushing. He's going to press him. He's not letting him get away from this. The Janissary company coming in clutch to save Sass from getting cooked. Yeah, because the Janissary scaling would have been a little bit too slow otherwise. He didn't have the food necessary. Still a bit ugly now. Looks like the Janissaries are going to get cleared up. He's still got the Sipahi to protect him. And in fairness, you know, Myriad is very low on Cadas right now. So we'll have to slow down. Bloody hell. These fights are so close. It's just a matter of 2 or 3 units difference between breakpoint of him being able to get in. And that's vicious. That's... I mean, Myriad is building rams. He actually might need them here. Like, it's crazy how hard to call these fights are with the way they're engaging. You know, each time it looks like Sass is getting an advantage off of Janissaries, but what Myriad is doing really well towards the tail end of the fights is pulling the units back far enough that Lombo's just outranged and outgunned. That's the problem. Is straight A-click, sure. Like, Sass is just better. Like, you can't argue Janissaries with wipe with straight A-click. But it shouldn't ever be that. Outpost, castle, both up. He has got spring placement in the outpost. Castle drop. Going to be very potent here. And Myriad just needs to leave. Sacred Site timer is ticking, though. While your opponent invested in a defensive castle, what will you invest in? Triple outpost. Myriad army heavily depleted, though. It's not that he's out of food. He's got plenty of that. The farm count, 39. Actually has more farms than Sass does. Sass, it's only at 17. And what's this about Cow and KPMM? I mean, Cow used to play in the KPMM. I don't know why he stopped. I'm sure he had his reasons. Maybe, because it's a good old Age of Empires meme, he retired from playing AoE4 to try and become a League of Legends player. We'll get him back with KPMMC. Minaret Madrissa equal 10 farms? No. So default gathering rate on farms is 0.75. Default gathering rate on the berry patch on a Madrissa is about, I think it's 1.04-ish, something like that. So it's kind of like having 5, maybe 6 farms. Decap of the sites. Oh, no. You can trick him here. If Sass pulls one Sipahi, like, no, dude, they need to go deeper. Oh, no, it's him. He wasn't a stand ground. Okay, so Myriad, he keeps the clock ticking. Both players are going imp here. Dude, this game is too close to call right now. You know, if we drag into a late imp, you are going to favor the Ottomans, but that's the beauty of this win condition on Sacred Sites. You don't allow that late game to come in, truly. Timer is down to 6 minutes. Tricky part, though, is like once it hits Imperial Age, Sacred Sites can be harder to win by against Ottomans because of the Great Bombards. Finishing this game, easier said than done. And wait, he's aqueducting to the front for the gold. That's pretty cool for Presidium, actually, just setting up some Mangonel placements. They don't die as quickly. Not that you really want them now your opponent's in him. But actually, we didn't really talk about this. The gold placements are kind of toxic. All on one side of the map. Talk about a full focus location. Holy crap. Take out complete. Active Great Bombard production, by the way. It's not the Mehmed. He's actively seeking a Great Bombard. Understandable. I think waiting for passive Bombard production here is kind of a mistake. Just because the time is ticking, right? Like, you put yourself in a position where the timer will be down to 3 minutes. We've all seen it. Once that timer gets under 3 minutes, it feels like anything can happen in a Sacred Site game. The wildest plays become feasible because upside outweighs risk. A lot of Sipahi getting cut down. Myriad has got the upgrades on the way. It's going to be continued path for Cataphracts. He did go Foreign Engineering Company, though, so no Palatine School timing. You do typically want Foreign Engineering Company here. For a start, it means you can get Royal Cannons to answer the Great Bombards. But also, the other really important thing is against Janissaries, you need the Lombo Volley. Myriad has 70 plus army. Yeah, but hear me out. Hear me out. Sass has a Great Bombard. Oh, God. Let's get out of here. Wait, and this is not the way to engage. Wait, what's happening? Oh, the longbow. No, he went in on the castle. Loses away with the Cataphract. Mangonel placement is now wide open. Might be worth going for that kill. Great Bombard will address that. And he activates the volley. Doesn't find much for it. It's a full retreat from Sass. He has lost the meta. Everyone's shooting into this. Spearman shouldn't last long against that. The tricky part is Lombos, so much to kill. Do you kill Janissary? Do you kill Springalds? Both are a high-value target. It's almost like target overload at this stage for Myriad. The front line just gets wiped. And Sipahi now have reign over the engagement. Oh no, Myriad. The combination of Janissary plus Springald eviscerating his Limitane line far too quick, not to mention the Cataphract losses at the start of the fight. And then finally, you saw it, right, guys? Myriad, a lot of overkill. He was targeting down units one by one. You didn't have these Lombos scattering, you know, for example, 3 kills every volley. It felt like they were killing 1 unit with every volley. And that was, what, 40 Lombowmen shooting at the 1 target? No wonder it ends up like this. Sass, able to raid on the flanks, able to start blocking out the golds. Looking to secure them for himself. Second TC being built on the tree line for reasons. And I like it the way I put there. Age 4 Janny is the same as age 3 Janissary. Nope. Increased stats, and then they get the trench guns on top. Things turn into bloody Gatling guns. Sass now just the break-in. No bio, so no extra health. That's at least an upside for Myriad. Downside is going to be running around your base because you guys know something a little bit vulnerable about Myriad's economy? Well, we started here. We built here. We built here. We built over here. And then we come back around to here. Well, I'm pretty sure I just drew the rotation cavalry around a main base. Firstly, trying to go up. That's not going to work either. Let's just get intercepted. It's just the hell of it. I need the text anyway. And this is just wave number 1, right? There's a really big problem here for Myriad. He doesn't have longbow mass anymore. Not that he really wants into Sipahi, but like it means you don't actually have an answer to Janissaries currently. He's trying to scale Streltsy, but that is such a slow process. I don't think we've cast 1 good Janissary game in a year now. You guys remember, a long time ago, Byzantines always done Janissaries. It was the primary focus. But then they nerfed the crap out of it. It used to spawn, I believe, 3 Janissaries, and now it only spawns 2. They hard nerfed the numbers. So, not Janissary, Streltsy, sorry. No, sorry, it's still free. They increased the cost though, right? Yeah, I don't know why I keep saying Janissary. Streltsy. The Streltsy, they basically nerfed the crap out of the production of it. Because it used to be that you got them for... So it's still free, but I think it used to be 600 olive oil or something. It used to be really cheap. And then they upped it to 720. It just became very unsustainable. And it kind of fits. If you remember, guys, for the longest time, Roost players, when they get Imperial, it feels very hard to transition Streltsy. Byzantines actually have a harder time with that transition now. I don't know why I kept saying Janissary. I mean, because there are Janissary, lol. There's a lot of them. Wow, congrats. You've got 2 guns. We've got 38. Brute force engagement into Janissary. Ambitious. And we're also about to go 10-pin Byzantine bowling, baby. Ba-doom! Ba-doom! Oh my god, it's just like someone's throwing a million ping pongs at you. Only they're made of marble. Which means they're not ping pongs at all. They're just giant marble balls. I jump in, though. The Cataphracts are starting to reach the siege. The problem is the Janissary have just not been cleared out. No, it's a failed attack. He's just not breaking them anymore. You know, Castle Age Janissary had hopes, but these Imperial Janissary just keep answering back with a much fiercer hit. Bruce hand cannoneers on paper are really good. Yeah, but the problem is scaling. The problem with Bruce hand cannoneers for both Byzantines and Rus is always getting them. They take so long. It feels, well, I always say too expensive for Rus. Rus's biggest issue is production rates. Ironically, that's the least of Byzantine's concern because they get them very fast. Their problem is actually on the other end of the spectrum is the cost. 720 olive oil per Streltsy. It's gotten so bad that we more often see Byzantines just build hand cannoneers than we see them going Streltsy. Like, do I need to say more? that is full disaster right there. Man, I was really hoping we get like a late game mass cataphract again. Just because like something that's actually quite enjoyable about the fights is actually how hard they are to read the outcome of. A lot of the time when you watch AoE 4 fights, you can kind of just see the writing on the wall gradually. But that cataphract wedge earlier on was absurd. Like I was thinking about like, okay, if this was to be a YouTube video, what would be the focal point? And it probably would be that piece. Because it was such a messy fight. We're like, okay, this looks like a great trade for blah. And then all of a sudden, like, wait a second. Where'd the army now go? Smart lad. Sass always making sure he adds in the blacksmiths. Reminder, guys, it's not just for military schools. It increases production rate full stop. This is the other thing that's crazy about Ottomans. If you have the economy in the late game, you pump out units so damn fast with this Civ. 15 seconds for Sipahi is pretty good. It's having a permanent Delhi military efficiency without having to use a scholar. Triple bombard. Myriad. I mean, this looks good, but one thing I would steer on the side of caution with is this is majority Limitane. There's so many spears. You're seeing it by how long the Great Bombard took to die there. Tanistari's even just died in the front line, but it's going to be a breakthrough. Great Bombard's in a full retreat. Myriad, it may just be Spearman, but it may just be the answer he needs. However, Reboldequin just... Come on! Oh my god, I feel like you forget they have it. You rarely see it, but yeah, Reboldequin is actually the answer to this. Myriad still has some longbows, so some agency over that element of the fight. The most important is Sass, he got the Great Bombards away. Siege is surviving. Myriad, the annoyance is like, you can try to shut down active at gold gathering, but like, I mean, Sass, that might actually help him. Right now, he's kind of risking being pop-blocked regularly. The Reboldequin shows his face. He's got the ranged armor on it. Come on. That doesn't work. Lombo's take it out. All right. GG, Reboldequin failed us. And what's Sass left with? It's still Great Bombards. Great Bombards that do siege damage, so the shield wall does nothing against that. And the spears, I don't know, man. I think Myriad's issue, is it the classic one? Kind of. Dude, like you've had Forge Cistern area. Set one up here, set up some Raxes. He's got all these guys running across. They've got shield wall activated, so they're not moving quickly. And wait a second. Okay, he does have Teardrop. But this is just so slow. Yeah, it just feels like a trickle of troops. Like multiple times we've seen Myriad with military lead. But then when the fight's thin, you just feel like he's missing that next push. Which is why the siege keeps getting away with this. These things just get toxic. You get more smokes in an Ottoman late game than you get in a full 24-round game of Counter-Strike, I swear. Like, it's ridiculous. You just can't see what you're fighting most of the time. Another Reboldequin coming out. He has got longbows again, though. It's just weird how small Myriad's economy is. I don't know if that's by design, so that he just has a much bigger army, which does kind of make sense against late game Otto. But like, I also kind of feel like you need the resources in reserve to justify. And yo, yes, yes, Myriad, Cistern it up, baby. All right, this is what's been missing. I hope he's going to build a Cistern here. This is really smart, if so. Did he forget it? Okay. It's just one Rax. Meanwhile, castle drop. So much gold. So like, I do feel for Byzantines because they had this issue where like they were one of the criminal civs, so like not moving their production up because cisterns. But like ever since the cistern changes, you don't really have much of a reason anymore. It used to be you couldn't really do it because systems got stupidly expensive past 5. Whereas now it's a fixed cost across the board, 125. Like, if anything, Ottoman should be the one struggling for that, right? Because they have military schools that they can't replicate elsewhere without deleting first. Like, you know, when you're trying to push in with a death push like this, like, the numbers really matter. You can win a fight, but if at the end of the fight you've got no one left to push on the front line, but you're pushing into your opponent's base, it just makes sense that the lower overall military count will still hold out. Oh, there goes our dreams of a proxy base. That's going down as well. Backstab. Yeah, but no, please kill the Revoltiquin. God, no. It's still alive. Lombos are targeting everything else. There we go. He gets rid of it. Great Bombard's back up a little bit. Is that enough? That's another one. Great Bombard in placement on the way. Janissary's frontlining again. Myriad, he's out of gold. He can't actually cataphract anymore. No, all gold now locked in for Sass. It's a failed break. Oh, come on. This Civ's late game, man. It's insane. Cannon gets sniped out. No answer to the Great Bombards. Pai now trickling in to bog down all Lombos. Miro's got reserves, but he doesn't have flexibilities. He's rigid now, right? He can only really do Limitane Lombo. You don't want to do... I mean, you could do Horseman, maybe? But then you have no answer to Sapahi. So you're kind of stuck on Limitane. Sass is switching to archers, it seems. The Stair Arrows is on the way. I guess he just got kind of sick of headbutting Limitane. But this is good push. Myriad, like, what's going on? I think he's so focused on the Lombo micro, he's just not queuing up new troopers. Not the end of the world, though, for Byzantines. They have fast production rates. The problem is, with this gained ground, it's going to put Sass in position to start shutting down the economy. Rax is over here being utilized, could be shut. Farm cluster also going to be closed down. And I think this is over. Like, I mean, the Great Bombards, they've gotten too close to the base. Myriad, he's just not scraping together a defense anymore. So 2-0 victory for Sass to punch himself a ticket through to the quarterfinals matchup versus Vortex. A best of 5 between those two. Fine. Well played by Sass. Myriad. I mean, does he have any ace up his sleeve? It's becoming very difficult to believe, isn't it? I just don't know how he answers these Great Bombards. He hasn't got Olive Oil anymore. Like, if he had Olive Oil, you could at least believe that he'd be able to get into the cannon, right? Like, get a few cannons, maybe snipe. Have Mass Limitane to defend, but there's just nowhere to be seen. Mark's now being sniped. Myriad will put one last Ura into it. Sass, I think just don't overextend, right? There's no rush into the base. I mean, sometimes you feel the urgency. Also, the other thing that Sass done really well, like, just purge the workforce. He made room, right? This army is insanely big now. At this point, let's put it in perspective. Sass has more military than Myriad has economy and military combined. That's a pretty good point to call a game over. Oh, I don't even know if I want to upload this. It's another late game Ottoman win. Yes, GG to Mr. Sass. A well-earned victory. Means that he will be facing off against Vortex in the quarterfinals. Do we do more? The problem is that tooth is starting to hurt. It's something about like all this talking. I think it's all the mouth movement is doing it, that leads to the pain. Why not maybe doing one more series if I got that in me? Like, part of me just wants to call it. Oh. It's horrible. I'll do one more series, guys. Do I? It's not the talking, it's nighttime. How would that really be affecting my tooth, though? I don't... It's not really nighttime. It started hurting earlier today, I think. I'm not sure. Oh, really freaking hurts. I could maybe do the Doomy Scatterbrain, but I'm going to need to pop some pills. Because tomorrow, I don't know if we'll have time for it all. Tomorrow, we'll probably have time for the Anathan series. And then maybe the Vortex series as well. Guys, I think I might call that. I got things to catch up on, and I just really don't... I don't want to deal with the pain getting worse. I just want to go get some painkillers. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I was hoping to, like I was really aiming to get every single series full stop cast this week. But what probably happen, I reckon, is tomorrow we'll choose between Anatan versus Zumu/Scatterbrained and Vortex versus Sass. And then maybe a semifinals as well. But we'll see how it goes. But guys, that's going to be it. I'm going to end the stream for YouTube and Kick. Twitch, hang around. We're going to find someone to raid. Thank you very much, everyone. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. UK time, maybe 3